Welcome to Great Audiobook. If you enjoy my work and love these amazing novels, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you never miss a chapter. Fate/World. Chapter 1. Seams. I awoke to cold water running down my face, the soft pitter-patter of seasonal rain and a headache so bad I immediately clutched my head and keeled over with a grunt. Seams, those edibles were the shit after all. Lying in some alleyway in a pool of what was presumably my own blood with the mother of all headaches was not how I had imagined my day going at all. And no edibles could be so potent they would make it seem like I had somehow managed to have 2 days in one. It made no sense at all. On the same Monday morning, I was William Hart. I had been idly drinking my tea, yes, tea, not that swill the local Starbucks called coffee, when I came across the scene of two men in cosplay wailing on each other in the snow, one dressed as Spider-Man and the other as Batman. As any hale and hearty man, I stood to watch, maybe even point and laugh, until Spider-Man pulled out a knife. The next thing I knew, however, was that some man dressed as Santa drop-kicked Spider-Man and that the same knife had been shoved into my gut. So, on a snowy morning on the streets of New York, I lost my life. At the same time, on that same morning, I had been Henry Smith, a Brit. Some poor adolescent heading home after a night's shift at a library when I was cornered by a couple of wannabe roadmen looking to make a quick buck. That situation had, again, ended with me stabbed, in a dirty alleyway this time. That was where I was now. Only, my wound was gone, even if the shabby brown coat that had seen far too much use still had a puncture from where the pointy end of a knife had made sweet love to my guts, rearranging them in the process. As I tried to put my thoughts in order, I noted that the overlap went back farther than just the previous day. No, it went back too far. Henry was from a poor household, and worked to support his single mother who was mostly absent, trying to make ends meet. He had spent most of his life caring for his younger sister while secretly admiring a girl living one flat over. William, on the other hand, I was a humble programmer with an estranged family who spent most of his time sleeping or casually dabbling in a number of inane hobbies, or watching gore videos on Reddit. A benefit of being skilled enough that my workplace allowed me to work remotely, so long as I did. The question was I William? Was I Henry? I decided I was both and neither. It came easily enough, at the expense of being stabbed to death twice. Life was too fleeting to be mulling over such things. I was forced to have that little epiphany. I had also died alone, on both accounts. I had not seen anything at all past my little bubble, on both accounts. Admittedly, poor Henry was a victim of circumstance where I was just a lazy shit. Well, no more. Things would be different now. I had seen too much anime and read too many novels to not know what happened. The next question was, what to do about the pair of dickheads currently losing their minds over what they presumed was my corpse. It's gonna be alright. We should just leave. Wannabe idiots that they were, they hadn't even thought to remove the weapon. It made sense, I figured. My fingers slowly crept across the handle of the little pocket knife still slick with my own blood. The two fellas with their puffy little jackets and their kitty balaclavas had apparently been too busy losing their shit to even look at me. That was annoying. They'd just wasted me. Unluckily for them, only Henry was a pacifist. I was vindictive enough to sleep with my bully's mother. Oi cunt. I started, cracking one in the throat with my fist before abruptly throwing my weight against the other. I tackled him to the dirty ground, knife at the ready as his friend stumbled back with his hands on his throat. I had heard a nasty crunch, but I didn't care all that much for someone who had just killed me. I cared more about the men under me. I pressed the knife to his neck. What's your fucking name? I am sorry. I didn't even want to do this. I promise. His bro dash. They said you'd be an easy mark. Oh. I clocked him across the cheek with the blunt end of my knife. I ain't asking again. Noah. It's Noah. He put his arms up against the ground in surrender. Noah, you know what I'm going to do tonight, son. I saw confused fear in his eyes. A better man would have hesitated. A better man, I was not. Actions always had consequences. I clocked him again. No. No. I'm going to fuck your mother, Noah. His eyes widened, then abruptly went numb when I gave him a beautification surgery with my elbow. Actions had consequences, but killing these gutter rats was more trouble than it was worth. Sure, I had no qualms and all the justification, but we lived in a modern society. My wholly justified actions would have me bent over the table by Johnny Law faster than I could say, "Don't fuck me in the ass." And besides, death was an end. They needed to suffer a bit more. I groped along Noah's pockets till I found his flip phone and all his cash. I did the same for the other unidentified idiot. Quickly dialing 999, I shoved the knife into my jacket and speeded away. "What's your emergency, sir?" "Two kids just took a nasty fall. One ain't breathing normal and the other's out cold. They wouldn't say shit to the authorities," Henry knew. It would make them seem weak or something. The local cops didn't care enough to investigate past that. "Can you please identify where you are, sir?" "I don't know." "Look around, sir." "What do you see?" I saw old cars, passers-by with their heads ducked low under umbrellas for the rain. A passing car splashed water onto my dirty jeans. Past the multi-story buildings, I saw a large tower extending to the sky, with a clock on I-. Big Ben. I saw Big Ben. Huh. "What, sir?" "Big Ben." I heard a groan from the other side. With a small chuckle, I stopped an elderly gentleman walking past and handed him the phone before promptly making my escape. The day had left my wallet a few bills heavier, in exchange for dying twice, breaking one jaw and someone's throat. Still, I was looking forward to what came next. As I made my way past the unknown yet intimately familiar streets of West London, I began to notice strange things. Things not even Henry had known were there. "There it is," I grinned to myself. Ephemeral wisps and trails of red and blue and green and colors I could not name floated idly along the way. They phased through people, through cars, through lamps, through the very ground and through walls. No one seemed to notice them. Or if they did, they didn't care. Henry had no such recollection of such things, so I leaned towards the former. Some latched, no, some seemed to linger on people as though they were a part of them. I noticed that these people observed me with gazes far more detached than any other. I shoved my hands into my pockets and did my best to evade them. A few of them even gave me knowing nods. I let my eyes wander as I followed these curious wisps. Then at a certain point, I saw them coalesce in the distance in a sort of storm. Some gathered towards this strange phenomenon, others came off it. I couldn't make much more of it. Except that there seemed to be another, somewhat smaller, Big Ben where they coalesced. Tilting my head, I realized that I could see far better than ever before. In vivid detail even, 4 miles and kilometers. I could see the chafe and weather in brick and paint, the minute details, the crinkles and the line on the face of each and every person. This was to a point where I felt my brain hurt from the influx of information. "What the fuck is a kilometer?" I whispered to myself with a chuckle. Neither of us had the best vision, certainly not this good. Then, I became aware of the strange gazes of the people around me. Gazes of entranced wonder, curiosity, and even jealousy. Henry was a good enough looking kid, but nah, this was weird. Hurriedly, I stepped to a car parked against the sidewalk, using its mirror to observe my features. A youth with messy brown hair and a thin, if not gaunt, face stared back at me. I traced a finger along my jaw, in curiosity. Not as handsome. Needs more meat. What he did have though, was the prettiest pair of eyes I had ever seen. Both on the internet, and in real life. A blue so clear it seemed to shimmer. It was as if I was staring at a clear sky. I'm not wearing no band over my eyes. So far, the day had been shit. Something I would not recommend. But this changed everything. Stop grinning at yourself, you bloody weirdo. We get it. You got pretty eyes, fucking faggot. Yep, that's London. Nut job. Okay, you wanna throw hands. I turned to look at the person berating me. Fuck you, mate. I was just giving you a compliment. Ungrateful dickhead. I put my hands together and inhaled deeply. This made me have another critical realization. Wait a second. I don't see any cursed spirits. Wasn't the rest of the world supposed to just not have them? But then who were the people that had been giving me those weird looks and nods? Huh. I wandered around, curious and largely clueless in the city I was somehow intimately familiar with, and yet not. Chapter 2. 6 eyes. Anyone could put 2 and 2 together when faced with these eyes. When the adrenaline and excitement wore down to a certain degree, I noticed a stinging pain in my eye that certainly was not caused by exposure to the smoke from cars or the fog seeping into the city. Of course there would be pain, I couldn't even put the detail I could see into words. It was worse when it came to involuntarily analyzing that energy to completion whenever I glanced at it. My eyes burnt, but I was still not willing to walk around with a blindfold around my eyes. Besides looking stupid, it drew too much attention. Doubtless, it drew the wrong kind too. So I settled for the next easiest option. Coughing, I eyed my fellow pedestrians for one with shades on him. Some people back home carried them around for no reason at all. This wasn't any different in London. It was easy enough to bump into some idling adolescent waiting for the stop sign and grab his shades in the process. Next, I quickly shoved a few of the bills I'd acquired from the roadman and went on my merry way. Contrary to what I'd been led to believe, I didn't get a full slideshow or movie of Henry's life up till now. Instead, it was the same as when anyone tried to recall something. I only needed to focus and his, or mine, it seemed, memories would rush up to fill in any gaps. Instead of concrete information, however, I was given tidbits and slight visions. This made sense, I realized. No one could definitively describe even the previous day. How could I expect a complete recollection of years past? Reminiscing, or rather, recollecting, I wandered into Peckham, where old Henry Boy had lived for most of his life. A demure, somewhat shoddy maze of residential flats lined by greenery, small-time businesses, and of course roadmen going by the wholly original and imaginative name of Peckham Boys. It was easy enough to get to Henry's flat, and I was even greeted by his acquaintances along the way. All they got in response was small waves. I was too excited not to jumble my words if I replied. Who wouldn't be? Even knowing the prospects and potential dangers, not many would be capable of holding themselves back from shouting, "Leroy Jenkins," and rushing that massive swathe of swirling energy I could see even now if I took my shades off and looked up. But enough, I was home. Henry lived in a small one-bedroom flat directly above a small fast food place with the words "Fish and Chips" in bold red on a board hammered over the entrance. The smell of fried food lingered for long after it closed down, and even now, I could peer in through the windows to see the old owner arguing with a youth over something. I shook my head with a sigh and rounded the building, quickly jumping over the stairs to see that the quaint, chipped doorway hung open as if his mother had known he'd be home. As was every morning, Miss Smith came storming out of the flat on squeaky heels, with a beaten olive bag hung from her shoulder as she hastily buttoned up her washed green sweater. Louise Smith, a short woman that barely reached the crook of my shoulder. Her brown hair, streaked with gray from age and overwork, was done up in a bun. She hurried over, and I leaned down involuntarily for her to pull me down further and plant a kiss on my forehead. "I cooked your fava dash." "What happened, Hal?" She tilted her head. I saw wrinkles across what Henry remembered as a beautiful face. "Was work hard today?" "And?" She gripped my sleeves and tugged at them. "You look like someone roughed you up." "Who was it? Tell me right now, young man." How had she even noticed that? I was left in complete disbelief. Henry expected this, he was used to it. My mother had been quick enough to forget I existed when I didn't meet her expectations. "You're going to tell me all about it," she ordered, hands on her hips. "Why you have work," I managed to stammer. "I can manage the day off." "Now, out with it, or do I have to ask Mr. James about it?" "James? Oh right, the librarian. What was I doing?" With a deep breath, I knocked myself out of my pathetic stupor. "I took a fall, ma'am." She backed off with that but narrowed her eyes in a way as if to tell me that the conversation wasn't over just yet before stepping out of the door. "Breakfast's on the table. It's pancakes. Wake Josie up, will you? She's a bit under the weather so she can take the day off." I nodded dumbly as she disappeared down the stairs. When she was finally gone, I put a hand over my chest and let out a deep sigh. What the fuck was that? Was that how parents were supposed to be like? If so, I could fully understand Henry's need to work so hard and take on jobs at such an age. I would too. Hell, that had been one interaction and I too wanted her to never need to work again. Quietly, I stumbled over to the weathered old couch sitting in the drawing room and collapsed onto it. There was only one bedroom, and it was shared by Henry's mother and his little sister while he slept on the couch in the living room, right beside the balcony. For a busy family, the flat was clean enough to eat off of, and nothing was just lying around. The cheap papered brown walls had smears though, courtesy of our neighbors, and I could still smell fried fish and chicken from downstairs. Not like they dash, we have much. I mumbled to myself, putting my legs over the small table in front of the couch. Part of me wanted to own up, and do something for the family first. The year was 2003. It would be easy enough to put together something like Flappy Bird for a quick and easy buck. Even though it would be equal to unleashing hell on earth in a way. Oh well. I was still going to do it. Internet cafe, it is, I decided. But first, those pancakes smell heavenly and I am a hungry boy. Hee hee. Hal's gone mad. Cheeky brat. I replied, out of complete instinct, then promptly sprayed my milk all over breakfast when I noticed the small girl standing near the bedroom door. With some effort, she managed to wobble over to the table and climb up to sit beside me on the couch. What manner of creature was this? I'd never seen anything half as adorable. She had her powdery pink hair, from the father, I assumed, hanging down to her little shoulders, and was rubbing her eyes with precious, chubby hands, the kind you'd only find on a child. She looked up at me with big brown eyes, before opening her mouth wide and pointing at the food on the table. Give, please. Aw. That British accent too. Henry was a lucky young man. I spent my morning feeding the little creature and, admittedly, I may have swooned a bit when she made her little pleased squeaks and giggles. I was going to take this thing with me. Hal, are you going to sleep now? Don't worry. I can take care of myself. I cocked my head curiously, then realized that Henry slept through much of the day because of his late job. Well, I wasn't tired at all. No, I was raring to go at this new world. Wherein came a small dilemma. I couldn't leave her at home alone. Or maybe, I could. Henry seemed to do it often enough, and this was for her future. Sometimes emotions just weren't worth it. I'd learnt that early on even if Henry hadn't. It would only take a couple hours at best to do what I needed to. All right, Ellie, I'll be back in a few. You have your phone with you. She nodded her head up and down. You keep the door locked until me or your mum call, okay? If anybody else comes, pretend the house is empty. She's your mum too, silly. She jumped and giggled. True enough. And why are you wearing glasses? It's morning. She innocently reached for my glasses, but I quickly evaded her hand. That was a discussion I needed time to prepare for, or avoid entirely. She pouted at that, puffing up her cheeks much like a chipmunk. But, in a testament to my superb willpower, I did not give in and managed to stumble out, locking the door behind me. After a few hours of walking around though, it became evident enough that Henry didn't care enough to know about internet cafes and my directional sense wasn't to be relied upon at all. In my defense, I was curious enough about this new world to just pick a random direction and start walking. Even if the buildings all had that ugly square design. It seemed like my own, except the date was all wrong, and that I could see energy with my bare eyes. But, that particular trait appeared to be rare enough. At some point, after evading cars and pedestrians all too eager to get into a scuffle, I managed to somewhere in the vicinity of the swirl of magical energy, no one could blame me, I entered a library. There was a slight, invisible push and a sudden desire to go somewhere else as soon as I opened the door, but when had that ever stopped me? The fat receptionist raised a sharp brow, giving me a once-over. Ever confident, I flashed her my best grin and leaned onto the table. Unfortunately, it creaked and almost gave in, so my attempt at charming her was completely ruined. Coughing into my hand, I started again. You folk got any computers? She grunted and moved her head to the side. Thanks a bunch, boy, or girl. I can't tell. I'm sorry, person of ambiguous gender. He did not enjoy my enthusiasm. The library was full of, well, what anyone would expect from one really. Tall shelves with thick and dusty tomes lined up and down. There was a clearing a ways to the side, where rows of tables were set up for different computers. Strangely enough, however, that particular place seemed strangely abandoned. Fair enough, I wandered off to a computer and plopped down. It was an ancient system. The keyboard was slick with some kind of disgusting grime and the sensitivity was all the way down for some reason. People were weird about things. I even found a piece of gum under the monitor. Not to toot my own horn, but I was skilled at what I did. I would have quit long ago if I wasn't. From scratch, I managed to boil it to barely 100 lines of code on Python, which had come out just a few years prior and wasn't as popular but was still freely available to those who deigned to give it a look. Well now, this is odd. I was of the thought that your kind weren't allowed in here. You certainly do not look the part of any of our students. I suppose it can happen every once in a while. My what now? My kind. What? I cast a quiet glance at my skin. I'm innocent. Look. And what have you got there, boy? The 6 eyes were a visual cheat code, but they were only a visual cheat code. Their original user had a degree of other abilities to make up for the rest. I had none, and no practice with manipulating the energy I could see. Maybe it was time to start. Wasn't it supposed to be real easy? Why had I not tried yet? I slowly glanced past my shoulder. An old lady was standing right behind me, with a black veil over her gray hair, and a green dress that fell down to her ankles. She held a fan to her face with one hand, with the other folded under her chest, lightly gripping a strange bag. That seemed quaint but no cause for concern, up until I noticed her wide amber eyes looking at me like I was some kind of naked animal at a zoo. It was wholly unnerving to the point where it barely veered off the edge of terrifying. Like a particularly rusty swivel, I slowly turned my head back to look at her. Noting only then that even the few library goers I had spotted earlier had completely disappeared. The receptionist turned the other way, leaving us in deathly silence. Then there was the downright absurd quantity of that mystery energy moving about in her body along a network of nerves, latent but ready and poised to flush out. A game. I just made it even. You want to give it a try? Certainly. What manner of game is this? This is modern technology, yes. On a PC. And I shall be the first to sample it. My, I seem to have lucked out. What sort of payment do you require? $1 million will do. I joked awkwardly. Something told me smashing the keyboard over her head wasn't the best of ideas. I was willing to listen to that something. That's all. Well, do you take checks? Yes, I also know how to use those. It's caused quite the stir among my peers. What? I am Inorai Valualeta Atrahome. It is always a pleasure to meet young talent. I imagine it is the same for you. Now be a dear and lend me your phone so that I may arrange the transfer. Why did she look so proud of herself? Chapter 3. This meeting with a seemingly nice, if not a little quaint, old woman had been something of a humbling experience. In a simple exchange of words, my intentions for this life had been reduced to a bravado, the sort I'd expect from a sudden 3 a.m. burst of motivation. Then, that bravado had been thoroughly disassembled, leaving me entirely lost for words. What happened, boy? Inorai cocked her head with a faint smirk. You seem a bit lost. It wasn't a challenge. I knew it wasn't. It sure as hell felt like one though. It annoyed me. It made me restless and angry. How could it not? In a single moment, all I had going was stomped on by my own instincts. I was mad at myself, I realized. Then, I made a decision I wouldn't call wise at all. Fuck instincts. I was going to live without inhibitions this time. I died twice already for fuck's sake. All these people with the strange energy appeared extremely eccentric anyway. I'd fit right in. What's that? Nothing, I shook my head before whirling around on my chair to really face her. $1 million's a bit far-fetched. I'm just happy to have someone to test it for me. I decided desperation would never guide my actions. Be it for wealth or whatever else. Mama didn't raise no con man. With a curious hum, Inorai took the dusty chair I offered her and began fiddling with the keyboard as I listed out the basics. When it looked like she'd be able to play by herself, I stomped over to the fat librarian, still ignoring we existed. I'm going to fucking strangle you, traitor. What was I supposed to do? He half whispered, half shouted, that's one of the 12 lords. Do you want me to disappear? I have too much to do in life. I looked him up and down. Then to the left and the right. Clearly. He narrowed his eyes, a gloved hand over his beer belly. The dick's double chin looked like he was part man, part frog. You look like your whole wardrobe came from the discarded pile in a junkyard. I've seen homeless people with better clothes. He quipped back with a huff, I need the credit, you know. This was my father's. I murmured. Well, it belonged to Henry's father. That explains a lot. Quietly, I glanced over my shoulder to see Inori was still busy with my iteration of Flappy Bird. Then I pointed at his belly, at least, I don't look like I ate my father. He didn't deign to respond, just huffed and turned his head aside. Only then did I remember my real intentions for coming to him, so, like a gentleman, I cleared my throat to draw his attention. Okay, I think we got off to a bad start. You think? I took a deep breath and leaned on the table between us, putting on a sickeningly sweet smile. You said she was one of the 12 lords. That's Lord Valuoletta, you know. The head of the Department of Creation. I thought you were one of hers with those eyes. He talked like it was obvious for everyone to know what that was. All I was able to put together though was that I was in some weird version of Harry Potter. The department thing really drove my thoughts home. If that was the case, then that energy I was analyzing was magical in nature. I was just going to go with mana then. Still, there were a little too many unanswered questions for me to have any reasonable and complete assumption of my new surroundings. How was I supposed to find out more? Is there some kind of book about this stuff? What stuff? Magic. I mumbled out quickly. I wish. Would make my life a lot easier. He laughed like I'd said something funny. You're one of us new Aegers then. Why didn't you just say so? What the fuck was this man saying? What were all these terms? It suddenly became necessary to approach this with an even more open mind. Yeah, I'm definitely that, I nodded as wisely as I could. He narrowed his eyes again, then sighed, they have the real things all locked up, so you'll have to do with. He tilted his head in thought. Well, we have some manuscripts from the Aurora Aurii. That's Ordo Hermeticus Aurora Aurii, in case you didn't know. The Golden Dawn. And let me see. I definitely understood every word that came out of his mouth. I can sneak you a bit of something from the Liber Elvel Legis. Other than that, you might like some of Helena Blavatsky's stuff. She made it simple enough. In that moment, my expression could not have been more deader. I did not know the words, but I knew he was naming books. I loathed reading more than anything. Practical experience was way better. But then again, exceptions could be made. Like when real magic was part of the equation. Again though, practical experience would trump it. I needed to get someone to show me something magical. I was willing to wager these eyes of mine would help a lot in that situation. Ooh, trying to get some extra knowledge in. I barely stopped myself from lynching the old woman who kept sneaking up on me randomly and gave a begrudging nod, lowering my clenched fists. The librarian was quick enough to abandon me for the oh-so-interesting wall again. Yes. Always a pleasure to see. Might I suggest enrolling in Lord Elmeloy II's class? His approach is curious but always produces excellent results. She peered over my shoulder with her creepy eyes. I don't know how to. You need not worry about that, she smiled. I quite enjoyed that little game of yours. And since you refuse payment, I will personally have the arrangements made. All you need to do is go to the London Museum. I'll have someone wait for you there. It appeared not conning people had its merits. Thanks. Whether or not this was a good thing was still up in the air, but damn was it exciting. Oh, it's nothing, Henry. I expect great things of you. I watched in frozen silence as the old woman floated out of the library, humming a strange tune all the way. Once she was gone, I slowly turned to look at the librarian. How the fuck did she know my name? That was one of the 12 lords. He just repeated his earlier words like they explained everything. Did 12 lords mean 12 departments of study? And all those terms sounded an awful lot like things from my university days. The separate research material only served to reinforce the notion. Had I just unknowingly signed up for school? I don't get sure dash. I was slapped over the head with a folded newspaper by Ellie, Henner Dash, my adorable little sister. No bad words in front of children. She complained with one cheek puffed before returning to her homework. So it's okay if there's no children. No, but it's MMM. She searched for the words, narrowing her little eyes. It's batter. Batter isn't a word. Is too. After the strange encounter at the library, I'd all but bolted home with a few books in my hands. Since then, all I'd done till now was read the thick tomes over and over again. Well, single pages multiple times on account of understanding nothing at all. Somewhere along the way, Ellie had asked permission for something, and a little while later, she'd come waddling out of the bedroom with a little baggie in tow, claiming that we were going to do our homework together. I didn't have the heart to tell her I had no homework, or that her constant questions were distracting me. In the end, it mattered little. I had read through the transcripts of the Liber Elvel Legis, the Book of Law, written by one Aleister Crowley in the early 20th century. Some mook who claimed an angel had conversed with him and declared himself a prophet. His work was supposed to be a way of interacting with the material and the immaterial. It seemed like a load of baloney, but discrediting it would be stupid if magic was real. Maybe an angel had really appeared to him if this world was fully supernatural. Helena Blavatsky's works were a tad easier to understand, and I was even able to link them together to some degree after miserably wallowing over how stupid it all read well into the night. It was hard to take it seriously, but, in a way, with the notes that came with. If I were to take all that was written to be true and put them through my eyes, then I could liken them to programming languages, to some extent at least. Then spells could be programs, and the languages could be the code for writing them. The programs would then be a way to interface with the system, the actual world, and the fuel would be magical energy. Complex commands would require more lines, and expertise and experience would determine how every individual approached these programs. Similarly, the greater the effect, the more energy required to accomplish and sustain it. The different systems of magic, the Kabbalah, Taiji, alchemy, etc., were then just different coding languages, each with their own pros and cons, suited for one spell or the other. There was no real other way for me to see this and ground it in reality. There were some bits and pieces of needing to hypnotize oneself to fully believe and actualize what was written, but I imagined I didn't need that part when I could literally see and analyze mana and how it interacted with the world around me. Being able to see it was more than half the basis behind my current theories. Admittedly, this train of thought and understanding was wildly radical in nature if the nature of the notes was anything to go by. An average magician had nothing to confirm their spell would take hold where I did. Or maybe these eyes of mine were a regular occurrence and all my theories and conclusions were self-possessed narcissistic attempts at seeing myself as superior. Again, I'd need to see to know for sure. That needed to be soon. My profound thoughts were brought to an abrupt halt when Ellie put her head on my knee and started snoring. I had an important day tomorrow. How was I supposed to get any sleep? Give her a sec. She needs to get up for dinner anyway. Henry's mother spoke from the adjoined kitchen, an amused smile on her tired old face. Okay. I mumbled quietly. And how? You're a bright boy. Don't let those books get to your head, she warned, eyeing the cuckoo books spread all over the table. It's not real. Unfortunately, the wisps of mana waiting off her being begged to differ. She had none of her own, but there was some residue of a dark red substance. I had no way of knowing what that meant. Chapter 4. Standing under a bus stop to avoid getting my clothes wet really reminded me of my discreet lack of wealth. Maybe I could have afforded an umbrella, or even visited a charity shop if I hadn't left all I'd pried off those thugs on the table for Mama Smith to find before I left home. Instead, here I was, at 10 in the morning, getting weird stares from people on account of the threads the fish and chips owner had lent me. A black turtleneck sweater that was a size too big and the only clean blue pair of jeans I'd found lying under my sofa. The weird stares were probably because of the heavy shades on a bleak, gray morning accompanied by soft rain. Fortunately, I didn't have to wait long. A fair lady was standing at the bottom of the steps, an umbrella held over her by the most stereotypical shady bodyguard ever, black suit and all. Her golden blonde hair was done in ringlets and swept over her shoulder, held together by a navy ribbon. She wore a blue satin dress that clung to her generous body and was slit just below the waist to reveal black stockings finished off my blue heels. She had a blue, how surprising, cloak slung over the other shoulder. Passers-by avoided her like the plague, almost afraid. I couldn't really blame them. She practically screamed royalty and her amber eyes were unsettling in the same way as in her eye, just to a much lesser degree. Nobody wanted to shoot their shot there. But I wasn't Knob Dash. No, the only reason I was drawn to her in the first place was because her bodyguard was holding a whiteboard with my name written on it. That and the fact that droves of mana roiled and coiled within her body, swarming to her arm, or rather a symbol etched onto it. A closer look quickly revealed that that symbol had mana of its own, and that it was loaded to the brim with all sorts of sequences or programs, some I recognized from my books, most I couldn't place. Manipulating my own mana to mimic them seemed a distinct possibility. Only I had none to work with. My instincts told me it was possible. Taking a deep breath to hide the surge of excitement, I resolved myself and crossed the road to approach her. Her bodyguard put out a thick arm to stop me in place as soon as I stepped close. He began to push me away. Shoo. This isn't a place for Y-. Wait. The young lady cut in. She narrowed her eyes then huffed, tossing her ringlets with a hand. Let none say that the Edelfelts do not care for their lessers. Here you go, young man. Now, shoo. I have pressing matters to tend to. She pulled a ruby from somewhere and tossed it my way. Did she think I was a beggar? Well, that was an unexpected hit. I did quickly pocket the ruby though. Then, I pointed to the card in her bodyguard's hand. That's my name. Oh ho ho. She cackled like a hyena. Of course it is. Bitch. It really is my name. And I am the director of the clock tower. She cackled louder, shooing me with a hand. A good few minutes passed before realization finally dawned her. A bit later, and I would have thrown her bodyguard into oncoming traffic without regard for the consequences. Oh dear, it is you, isn't it? She pursed her lips and cocked her head. So I was disturbed to fetch a mere pauper. I came here from Finland, you know. I expected something grander from Lord Valuoletta, not a regular patron of the local soup kitchen, not that there's anything wrong there. Fuck it, I guessed. Well, I'm sorry. Her chest swelled with pride as I started. You really should be. To waste my Tim dash. I'm so sorry my whole sense of self-esteem doesn't come from others thinking I'm better. I know I am. What dash? Clearly, that isn't the case for you. I'm sorry you're so fragile. Her guard moved to presumably throttle me. What he didn't know was that good old William Hart had an insane number of inane hobbies. A good number of them were martial arts practices. That was what tended to happen when money wasn't a problem. I stepped aside, grabbed his oncoming hand and used his own weight against him to throw him over my shoulder onto the concrete. He gasped for air and reached for his back. Quickly, I kicked his head from the side to knock him out. There was no pettier bitch than I, and if this world wanted to be my problem, I was going to myself its problem. Of course, the world seemed to take my thoughts as a challenge because the next thing I knew, the lady from before had her hands wrapped around my belly. What the foo dash? MMMPH. She suplexed me. She actually suplexed me. When I finally managed to get up, I barely saw the mana rushing to coat her arm before she landed a right hook straight from the depths of Satan's domains on my cheek. On all things holy, I actually spun before landing on the ground. I guess I really hurt your feelings. October 10th. Would do it again. A woman that could hand my ass to me on a silver platter was the best kind of woman. Those eyes, I heard her mumble to herself, it really is him. I woke up to the soft hum of an unfamiliar car engine, seated beside the Edelfelt lady. She was sipping on some champagne as her bodyguard sat across from us, massaged his head with an ice pack. Oh. You're up. She tilted her head innocently, as if she hadn't just knocked me the fuck out and thrown me in some car headed to God knew where. Allow me to apologize. We got off on the wrong foot. I groaned, rubbing my bruised cheek, you think. With a small giggle, she put a hand over her chest. I am Luviagelita Edelfelt. And, I suppose I see now why you would attract the attention of one of the 12 lords. Luviagelita turned to her bodyguard and snapped her fingers before holding out an open hand. The burly bodyguard quickly retrieved a small black case from his coat. These are a gift. That is what I was told. She said, opening the case to reveal a pair of slick aviators, lined with gold and dark as the night. Mystic eye killers. They will help your predicament. Even if it is a shame you have to use them. Those eyes are quite fetching. But to go on, try them. There was something poetic to be said about receiving a gift from someone who kidnapped me. Unfortunately, my vocabulary was quite limited on account of a piercing headache. Quietly nodding, I put them on. In a flash, my vision was reduced to that of a normal person's. The detail with which I could see everything was gone, but that wasn't important. I couldn't see mana anymore, even faintly. It was a strange sensation, strange enough that I quickly took off the glasses. And I was told to do this as well. Pardon the intrusion. In a blink, she had grabbed a hold of my hand, and before I could say a word, a burning sensation, like a sudden discharge of electricity, took hold of my whole body. It felt as though I'd plunged my hand into a socket, barefoot. I imagine you'll want to thank me now. I wanted to punch her in the fucking face as hard as I could. That was before a massive amount of the mana around us rushed to fill my body. It coursed through a network of nerves etched all over my body. My eyes allowed me to process and parse the occurrence in real time. I was taking in mana, converting it into usable energy, and then producing my own as well. My own stores were swelling with each moment. Then came the sudden feeling of being able to do anything. Like a hit of acid. I could suddenly, naturally, manipulate the energy on a subatomic level. I willed it to my arm, then to my eyes, my heart. These nerves. They weren't a part of my body. No, they seemed metaphysical in nature. My soul then. Perhaps the greatest realization that came that day, however, was the fact I could replicate what I had seen Luviajlita do with her arm to a T, no, even better. Because I had fully analyzed the phenomenon, I could edit it as need be. Moreover, the nerves. It felt as though, through them, I had connected to something that wasn't quite real. Those are magic circuits, Luviajlita interrupted my thoughts. They are what make a magus. If you have the talent or the ethic, you will learn much. If you don't, well, there are examples enough of squandered potential. Do you think you can pinpoint how many you have? Magic circuits, that term was vaguely familiar. 30. I replied. That's a lie. She crossed her arms under her breasts with an amused smirk. Well done. A magus must be naturally cautious, and supremely doubtful of his peers. Trust no one. Being killed for what you have will be a lucky outcome if you do. I expect this will be truer than usual for you who have caught the attention of the 12 lords. Wasn't it just the one? I murmured absently, poking and prodding at the circuits with mana. There were over 100, and I was still counting. Did Luviajlita know the real number? She cackled again, like I'd made the funniest joke, before sighing deeply and turning to look out the window at buildings passing by. My aggression at her behavior had waned completely by now. How could it not? She'd just given me magic. Barthomiloi. Trembilio. Valualetta. Meluisti. Elmeloi. Animosphere. Brishison. Archelet. Euliphies. Gaius Link. Jigmeri. Salonia. She spoke with reverence. The 12 lords are the absolute monarchs of the clock tower. Equal to none, superior to all. By extension, they command the Mages Association at large, and as such, the entirety of the magical world. She looked my way with a grin. You think they wouldn't keep tabs on each other? Spies, and saboteurs, and politics galore. They have no peers in what they are willing to do either. Sounded like I needed to keep a low profile. But I had already made my decision as to how I was going to live. No amount of danger would change that. Miss Luviajlita. I copied what she had done, and reinforced myself with mana to the utmost. Respectfully, get off that dick dash. The car shook violently. I feel the need to clarify that what you read about Magecraft here is through Henry's perception and might not necessarily be objectively factual for Fate, even if it is so for him. That's cause each magus in the series has his own perception of Magecraft, save for a few concrete concepts such as the metaphysical weight of things or the principles of the various thaumaturgical foundations. This is to the point where every magi has a different way of performing the same spell. And I feel I deserve some power stones on account of all the research I have to do for this. Chapter 5. Luviagelita's escort dropped us off on the strangest street ever. The left side looked like it had leapt through time from the age of kings and knights and decided to plop down on the outskirts of London. All the buildings were all dusky or white brick with pitched roofs that were a lot larger than I'd have expected and leaned on each other like a couple of crooked drunks or into themselves. But there were lights in the slanted windows, so there were definitely people living there. The right side was a wholly different world. The residencies and dorms and other amenities were all modern, built with the distinct lack of taste of artistic flair you'd expect from minimalist modern designs that prioritized convenient living space and all those beautiful things that made life worth living. One feature the whole street shared, though, was that it was all decidedly cheap in its make and had fallen into a state of disrepair. The paint had worn out in places, I could see junk lying around, and the cobbled road leading in had a number of potholes, vines grew through the sidewalk, and plants were littered in different places, like the inside of some wall or a rooftop. It felt like I had walked into some slum. Luviagelita was more displeased than I was. I think this place has gotten worse since the last time I was here. You would think the department would have more funding by now. She clicked her tongue, arms crossed under breasts in that way of hers. Welcome to Slur. What? Slur? Yes, Slur. A rather imaginative name, don't you think? I fully understand if you wish to leave. Not really, I shrugged. I'd sit in a junkyard if it meant I'd get to learn magic. Magecraft. She corrected, observing the passers-by with narrowed eyes like they were about to attack her. Remember the distinction if you don't want to look like a fool. And don't leave my side, at least for today. What if I need to go number 2 or 1? Luviagelita tilted her head, confused. So, like a gentleman, I made a pissing gesture with my hand. I could see the gears turning in her head as she put 2 and 2 together before she abruptly spun around and stomped off. Lord Valuoletta asked me to give you another message. She looks forward to what will become of you, and hopes that you will join us after your studies. It was my turn to be dubious of her now. I could tell that some of what Luviagelita had told me was simply in her nature, but she'd also told me that there was a power struggle underway in the so-called clock tower. Consequently, there had to be factions as well. The 12 were either the leaders, or had to have aligned themselves to one. That meant they would always be on the lookout for new talent to join them. It was Magic Fantasy World 101. All of this wouldn't concern me in the slightest, if In or I hadn't already created a sort of debt between us by now. It was stupid to think she didn't want some kind of payback for all her help, and if Magi really were as fucked as Luviagelita was trying to tell me, it meant she'd have her payback no matter what. The real question was, what was it going to be? I didn't mind doing something for her, but there were limits to that. Unfortunately, I had no real way of knowing, so there was no point in mulling over this anymore. I just needed to learn enough that no one would be able to force me into anything. Magi dash. Magecraft changed everything. Luviagelita led me through tall iron gates that looked like they'd start creaking if someone pushed them, to a sort of hall where numerous students were either studying or conversing amongst themselves, then down an eerily empty hallway with tall windows and aged floorboards. This place was not as impressive as I'd imagined. The Department of Modern Magecraft Theory is sorely lacking in funds. Luviagelita seemed to read my mind as we walked. Most magi do not agree with advancing forward and believe that their old studies are what will lead them to their goals. You'll find this is one of the few departments that even uses electricity. Magi highly disagree with the word modern. That sounded kind of stupid unless it was one of those deals where magic was stronger in the past than it was now. Why, back in my day, looking. I chuckled to myself. Indeed, she stopped in front of a door. Brace yourself now. Some of your new classmates don't take to strangers well. Apparently that had been an understatement. The moment we stepped inside, a chair flew at my head, one Luviagelita grabbed out of the air with one hand and tossed right back. I heard a loud crack, then a groan of pain. Wow. Luvia. Your grip's impressive as always. An excited blonde practically screeched at the top of his lungs, jumping over his table and running up to us. I asked Lucian to be nice, but he said he smelled danger. This Lucian person had my respect for his balls. I would respect him more if he could survive my oncoming vengeance. And you must be our new permanent classmate. Welcome. Welcome. He got up in face and kept shouting. You have cool-looking eyes, don't you? How'd you get them? What was this shonen main character behavior? It checked out too. Unruly blonde hair, blue eyes, the typical lean build and the excitement and smiles. His shirt was only half tucked in and his collars were up. I covered my ears. Why do you feel the need to beg the world for the attention your parents never gave you? That made him quiet down. Only for him to burst out laughing even louder a moment later and slap my back. That's good. That's a good one. I like you. What's your name, newbie? Mine's Flat. Flat Escardos. So you're named after the depth of your character? I asked curiously. No. At least I don't think so. Maybe. I'll have to check back on that. If only my parents talked to me. Ahahaha. Family issues too. He really was the main character. I was probably the side character whose loving family would get murdered for his development. Wait, what? I really wonder why that's the case. I deadpanned. He laughed again, wrapping his hand around my shoulder and dragged me away against my will. Luvijlita mouthed a quiet, good luck, when I looked to her for help. Flat pointed to a brown-haired nerd, glasses and neat uniform and all, sitting on the second row. I could see him clearly because the lecture room was slanted, as most of them were. That's Calls. He's really into computers and stuff, so be sure to ask him if you need help. Calls sweat dropped and nervously waved a hand in greeting before Flat quickly skipped over him to point at someone sitting a row under Calls. And that's Lucian. It's Sven. Sven Glaschite, you ape. Sven was a blonde pretty boy with curly hair and bright blue, almost emerald eyes, and a veritable treasure trove. Unlike the other students, who merely had mana inside them, Sven seemed like a container for some ready spell. Needless to say, I analyzed and stored it instantly without even knowing what it was before quickly hiding my eyes so as not to be overloaded. Everyone had mana. I didn't need to know what it would do to replicate, only to edit, since it was a tad more complicated than Luvia Gelita's reinforcement. If Flat was bright, then Sven looked dark. They were even dressed the same, just in lighter and darker tones. He's also the one that threw the chair at you. I gave Flat a grateful nod, locking eyes with the new victim. Sven growled back like some kind of mutt. Down, boy. I smiled. He shot to his feet. That was all he did. Luvijlita smacked him over the head with a tome as thick as his head. Down, boy. She laughed as he begrudgingly sat down. Flat was about to open his mouth again, but before he could, I noticed a hand plant itself on his head like a claw and lift him into the air as he squeaked. P-profess, ag. This isn't your job, Flat. How many times have I told you not to disturb the class? New student, take a seat next to Yvette. A man needed to respect his teacher. Yes, sir. Who's Yvette? Here. Here. Newbie. That's me. I wanted to apologize to Flat for calling him a weirdo after seeing Yvette. She was outrageous. That was the only word that came to mind after looking at her. Who in their right mind dressed like a Lolita? I'd rather die than wear a frilly purple frock. That wasn't all though. Her hair was pink, and the tips were a dark purple. Then there was the star-shaped eye patch on her eyes. A brief glance without my shades revealed mana coalescing under it. She even had a small top hat. With a sigh, I climbed the staircase to her table and sat down next to her. Luvijlita sat down on the other side. Hello, hello. Do you have mystic eyes too? I gave a small nod. Yvette squealed, then it must be fate that we sit together. No, it was the professor. You heard him too. I raised my hand and looked down at the professor. A man in his late 20s with long dark hair. He wore a maroon long coat over a black dress shirt and pants. A very dark aesthetic, if I did say so myself. Can I change seats? No. Damn it. Oh, come on. Don't be like that. Yvette locked her hands together and squirmed. Don't you want to sit with a cutie like me? I also want to be sane afterwards. I explained, resting on the joined table. She did the same, staring right into my eyes. We're all sane here. If anything, you're the weirdo. Come on, come on. I'll even let you touch. Wait, that changed things. Before we could negotiate, a piece of chalk struck her on the forehead. Oh, we. Pay attention. You can do what you want after I'm done. The professor sighed before turning to face the blackboard and presumably writing his name. Lord Elmeloy 2, Wavervell dash, what the fuck? Chapter 6. I couldn't believe I'd managed to completely mess up my guess as to where I was. Magic circuits. Magecraft. The clock tower. The warning against psycho mages all too keen on cutting things open. The distinct lack of any emotion on certain faces. It all made sense now. According to my colleagues, jumping to conclusions was a weakness of mine. I'd never really understood them before, but now I could see some of where they were coming from. Well, the situation wasn't all bad just yet. I hadn't made any critical mistakes just yet, none that I was aware of, at least. The stakes were just a lot higher than I'd previously imagined. To some extent, that made things much more interesting. I'd know how interesting once I managed to put together just which version of the crazy franchise I'd found myself in. The hot servants and certain mildly eroge-based parts of this world had some interesting prospects, the the very real existence of various deities, myths, and threats to the whole of the world, past, present and future, was even more exciting. If this world was going to be a big problem for me, I was going to be an even bigger problem for it. What's the worst it could do? Kill me? Perhaps it was a good idea to let myself process this realization before jumping to any conclusions. Most of my awareness regarding the danger came from internet forums read in passing, but typically, the more chance there was of getting bent over the table by forces beyond your imagination, the more chance there was of getting some extremely absurd and illogical abilities too. It was also very exciting. Has Lord Mollustia finally let go of the fossil you people call a spy network? I heard Luviagelita scoff, glancing at Yvette from the corner of her eye. She had one hand under her chin and the other under her breasts. Admittedly, I'd be liking her so-called faction more if she was making offers like Yvette. I was quite certain it would take you a good decade to figure out something was happening in your own backyard. Just like the last 10 times. Yvette gave me a sly grin before smiling innocently. I didn't know he was so interesting. Okay, so the offer was just out of plain weirdness. It made sense when I saw her eye patch again. He's off limits. You're not going to outbid us. Getting treated like an object was a curious feeling. It almost made me consider just ducking both of their factions for another just to see the look on their faces. Although, getting tied up with clock tower politics seemed a one-way ticket to put myself in danger, maybe after I'd secured Henry's family. Won't you be a good mindless brute and spill more sensitive information I can report back to Lord Meluesti? Yvette cocked her head just slightly. She quickly latched onto my hand. Come on, won't it be fun to be with someone like me rather than her? I'll make you cake. I eyed Luviagelita, pointing fingers at the one offering me free cake. She seemed to consider something for a moment before huffing, I'll buy out the best bakery in London. EW. English food. Free English food though. Still EW. Paris. I countered. Very well. Satisfied, I pried Yvette off my hand with some effort. The pinkett puffed her cheeks and grumbled. Bourgeois party poopers. You're also one of them. I pointed out curiously. Luviagelita snorted, she wishes. The poor thing couldn't afford the plate I eat from. Silence in the classroom. If your private discussion is that interesting, you don't need to be here. Please leave. I'd almost forgotten he even existed. This waver velvet seemed a far cry from the one I was accustomed to coming across. But then again, he was also older than what I'd seen. With age came wisdom and all that. I caught Flat snorting at us as Yvette ducked and Luviagelita turned away with another huff. She did that a lot. I just bowed my head in apology, feeling like I was back in college all of a sudden. So, where was I? He continued with a sigh. Right, yes. The need for self-hypnosis when casting a spell. Oh. I couldn't help but lean in. As you all know, the modern world is rapidly deciphering the so-called secrets of the world and defining them in its own terms. Science. Last time, we discussed how the possibility of numerous possible explanations but lack of singular and definitive reasoning in a principle enhances the potency of Magecraft pertaining to it or including it. The mystery, as you would have it. Modern progress has neutered this aspect such that a famed magus from today would be but a run-of-the-mill layman just a century ago. This is directly related to today's lesson. Public college had taught me it was better to just nod along like you understood everything even when you didn't, if you didn't want to risk the wrath of a teacher who didn't have their morning coffee the way they didn't like it. By the way Luviagelita snorted, it seemed like it was basic information too. The other students, the not-so-eccentric ones, were as interested as I was. Now, in today's environment, it has become impossible not to interact with science as we grow. You will come across, and be forced to understand the way things work as they are. Humans have never liked outliers. The last thing a magus wants to do is look a fool. Can't you just isolate yourself? I blurted out without thinking. A good point. Waver pointed his chalk my way before whirling around and writing truth on the board. Isolation, however, does not affect what is true for the world at large. You simply thinking it is so does not make it so. And deep down, the human psyche is wired to parse information in a certain way at this point. To attempt to willfully modify this is not worth the effort. Some necessary societal interaction would render all your efforts null. No, Magecraft must always coexist with science. He made a show of snapping his fingers. In a way, Magecraft is a science. An alternative, if you would. Back to where we were though, self-hypnosis is a major component of any spell, and a rather difficult one to master as well. It's why most of us need chance. We don't talk to the world with them, we convince ourselves of a certain truth. This is because unlike modern. This is boring. Flat complained, Magecraft is all like. Boom. Wah. And pow. He raised his hands as I raised my aviators. Magical energy danced along the edge of his fingertips, rushing to heat some command of his before coalescing and exploding in a display of lights that reminded me of mini fireworks. His shonen protagonist behavior was promptly met with the blunt end of Waver's duster. Simmer down. I'll deal with you later. Curious, I tried to mimic what he had done. In Flat's case, the latent magical energy in the air had obeyed him. When I attempted to recreate the same thing, the mana flowing through my body had burst forth instead but ultimately moved the same way I wanted it to and did as Flat had done. That's fucking awesome. It was amazing. I wanted to test every bit of Magecraft my eyes had burned to memory thus far. I regretted not having done it sooner. When I was done with my little tantrum, I noticed Yvette staring at me with a big, beady eye as her hand reached for her eye patch. Luviagelita seemed oddly surprised and... Waver. Well, it seemed Waver had raised his duster again out of habit but then realized what had happened and now his jaw hung low. It was fine. I wasn't all too keen on hiding anyway. Yeah. It was just like that. Flat screeching cut through the silence. I tilted my head. Your parents abandoned you on a 4th of July. Another one. Waver jumped, flailing his hands like he'd gone crazy. Why not me then? Why is talent always with brats who just want to play? Why indeed? Have you considered just not being? I looked him up and down. You. What's wrong with me? You teach at a university. You. Maybe not jump at every little thing you see. Luviagelita suggested kindly. I can see your shaking hand, you know. I pointed out with a smile. Don't act like you're not in the same boat as him. That seemed to do it for her. It's not my fault. You activated your magic circuits less than an hour ago. I wasn't told about this. How did you? A Kimoni dash. She quickly forced herself quiet with her palm. Unfortunately, the damage had already been done. What? Even the Nadash calls, was surprised now. His glasses were suddenly all out of place. Before any commotion could take place, Waver slammed his hands on the table. Yvette. Stop drooling. Hot and a once-in-a-century find. How can you blame poor old me for being excited? Even a hag would jump his bones just for the seed. The weird Lolita wiped her mouth. Her choice of words made me feel very uncomfortable. I knew I was a hot bitch, but, damn. Just out of curiosity, is the same true for MILF - oof. This time, I was the one hit by the duster and was forced to abandon my noble line of questioning to rub my forehead. Where was he getting that many anyway? You. Meet me after class. No. What? I said, no. It's for your own good. I went quiet. This seemed to give him some sort of false hope as he let out a relieved sigh. As a gentleman, I had to deliver him from the lies, delusion, and tell him the truth. No. Why? Because he will be going with me. Luvieglita put her foot down. He's the reason I'm being forced to take this class for simpletons. I don't know what Lord Valuoletta was even thinking. I nodded slowly, definitely, going with her. Did she want to jump my bones too? I was beginning to like this new world a whole lot more. Unfortunately, William was not a man to be forced into anything. I stayed silent, seeing as her declaration had made Waver back down, if only for a moment. Still, it really felt like he was going to show up at my home with no reasonable explanation whatsoever and force my own good down my throat without asking for any form of consent. I spent the next hour listening to Waver detail just why there was Dojin Logi - self-hypnosis was absolutely necessary for the purposes of any magi. It was because science was deeply ingrained into our subconscious by way of upbringing and environment, and one needed to be absolutely sure in one's logic to achieve any desired outcome with a spell. It was why different magi had different chants for the same spell at times. They needed to convince themselves in their own way. This made me relate the human soul to a terminal for interacting with the larger world. One's magic circuits were hardware, the mind was the software, and spells were programs that realized results by borrowing what humans lacked from a higher power still unknown to me. Then, the same way a GPU or RAM could accelerate a certain process, magic circuits could do the same for the brain's processing capacity with their quality and quantity. Luvieglita's earlier statements assured me that I had some top-of-the-line stuff in me. And the same way a computer enthusiast was ready to perform a hit for better hardware, magi would be highly enthusiastic about taking what I had. Fortunately, they didn't seem all that dangerous when I could quite literally see their spells forming, and replicate the process a lot faster. I had tried with the one Flat showed me. By cutting out excess and adding it elsewhere, I'd managed to reduce the casting time to less than a quarter of what he needed, improve the firepower, and minimize the mana expenditure. Unfortunately, the shonen asshole copied my new spell as soon as he saw me test it in the classroom. You need to be better with your words. Someone as talented as yourself should not be as uncouth. Swearing doesn't make you cool. Luvieglita advised as we walked through the corridor. I was enjoying the hushed conversations taking place around us. It seemeth the nutrients meant for thine brain went elsewhere. The size doth mocketh sense. This one finds no issue with their destination, however, he is an admirer even. I also just noticeth that we have been walking on faith groundeth floor. What? Nice tits. Chow. I gave her a thumbs up before jumping out of the window and speeding away. She proved to me that I wasn't getting away that easy by jumping out right after me and running. She was running faster than me. Oh, shit. I was going to get knocked out again, wasn't I? Chapter 7. After half a mile of evading cars and dodging passers-by while continuously augmenting Luvieglita's own reinforcement spell to affect my running speed, it became rather evident that she hadn't accounted for me doing that very thing. At the same time, I hadn't accounted for vaulting over a fence, leaping onto a balcony and drop-kicking me in the back of the head, well, not entirely at least. I accepted that I would be hit no matter what I did, so I had ducked with my hands over my head at the last moment. From there, it was as simple as editing Flat's spell to design an impromptu flashbang and bolting off into roadman territory. She was either too surprised to follow, or simply realized that I would be forced to attend class the next day anyway and cut her losses. Possibly the latter. So, with a massive confidence boost that would make King Gilgamesh proud because of Yvette, I sauntered back home, hands shoved in my jeans, all dashy-like. My ass was hot, and now I knew it. Something everyone would come to regret. A light drizzle had started somewhere along the way, and people started giving me odd stink eyes on account of the black aviators. Unfortunately, my ego was way too high to care about what some muggles thought. Won't someone make a dubious offer for a drink that definitely won't be drugged? I joked as I made my way up the stairs to our tired, old flat, a few hours later. I needed to urgently do something about new living arrangements. Flappy Bird was a good idea, but it lacked forethought. Having corporate eyes locked on me because of it wasn't all that feasible, especially now that I knew that this was a world where supernatural elements melded with common society. Besides, there was most certainly a way to make money through Magecraft. That was a much more exciting prospect. When I opened the door, I found. How did I not see this coming? I mumbled to myself, wait, I did. Waver Velvet sat in the living room, cigar in hand, one leg crossed over the other. Surprisingly, the patched walls and the stench of my oily sofa didn't seem to perturb him in the slightest. His lips parted, and he exhaled a small cloud of smoke. An oddly familiar girl stood by the window, hand on the pane as she turned to stare at me cautiously. True to form for Magi, she wore a hooded gray cloak under a black mantle with white fur-lined collars that went to her gloved hands. The gray cloak itself extended to just below her stocking-covered knees, and was parted only slightly to reveal a pair of green eyes and gray hair. She quickly pulled down her cloak as soon as she saw me, as if trying to hide her face. Ignoring her for the moment, I scanned the flat to find Henry's dash, my mother humming in the attached kitchen. Ellie was soundly asleep. I didn't do anything to them, if that's what you're wondering. Narrowing my eyes, I briefly raised my aviators. Bullshit. How did you dash? A wave of my hand, and half a dozen of Flat's little fireworks shot out like bullets. Waver's assistant shot between us and punched down on my spell. The bullets exploded against the fabric of her cloak, and the distinct smell of burnt leather rushed into my nostrils. Next time they're not going to explode without blowing through you. Although, I'd prefer not to do that. The girl's eyes widened and she pulled away her cloak to reveal a brass cage in her left hand. A strange rectangular ornament sat within, designed to look like some kind of face with a beak. A bird then. Something told me looking directly at it wasn't going to be good for me. Gray, stand down. Gray. Yes. Of course, Professor. There was a tinge of Welsh to her accent. Never thought I'd regret not being a sheep. Excuse me. You're Welsh, aren't you? How does that? She quickly turned away, hiding her face in her cloak. With a chuckle, I turned to face Waver. He hadn't even budged an inch. He exhaled some more smoke before sighing. I'll apologize. You have all the right to be upset. Being with Magi all day tends to make you forget that bonds like these are important to people. My spell is just a harmless mental suggestion. I imagine you don't wish to bother your family, or expose them to any unnecessary danger just for knowing something. I eyed my mother once again, make it quick. If he was trying to help me, breaking into my home and hypnotizing my mother didn't exactly create the best impression. Waver looked around at my poor living situation with some pity in his eyes. Move to slur. This place isn't exactly safe anyway, even without Magi. As Lord Elmeloy too, I'll sponsor your education. It's about time this title did something other than be a constant headache for me. I opened my mouth, but he already knew what I was going to say. I'll throw my weight around some, get your family to move in with you. He glanced at Gray's burnt cloak. You cast a spell without even activating your magic circuits. If you're anything like Flat. He sighed again, if you're anything like him, you'll be in danger too. You have a good mother, his own family was trying to kill him when I found him. My sponsorship should stop most people from even considering something. I couldn't trust his words fully, not when there was a distinct possibility he was trying to lull me into some false sense of security. Besides, free security would stink like a 3-day-old corpse coming from a normie. He was a magus. Still, if he was telling the truth. Now I felt bad about just attacking him on sight. Don't. Your actions were justified. Most Magi only concern themselves with themselves. There was a definite chance I was here to use them to blackmail you or something worse. It is intriguing though. He rested his chin on locked hands. If the Edelfelt heiress was telling the truth, you know essentially nothing. How did you notice? Mystic eyes. But, you used the same spell as Flat to devastating EF-. No, you changed it. That quickly. It hasn't been. He removed the mystic eye killers last time too. I seem crucial. He started mumbling to himself like some of William's colleagues. A moment later, his cigar dropped from his fingers and his eyes widened like they were about to pop out of their sockets. You're processing spells in real time, he murmured, looking lost. I leaned against the doorway. That's one fancy way of saying I can see mana. I never did like when people used big words to appear smarter or wiser. Even when used unironically, they seemed more like pompous wordplay than actual parts of a conversation. Right, you can dash. What? Does God hate me? Is that it? What have I ever done that's so wrong? I even apologized for hypnotizing that old couple. Professor. Your spell is waning. Gray pointed out quietly, still avoiding my gaze. I chuckled. It's like that sometimes. Try meeting a 14-year-old that created a real-time multitasking operating system on a weekend just because he was bored. It had me consider giving up programming altogether, the first time. Some people were just different. Evidently, I was one of those people this time around. This information cannot leave this room, he said grimly, clenching his fists. Do you have any idea what this means for us? Someone that can see and analyze how mana works. I mean, it's probably happened BEF-. Never in recorded history. No one to my knowledge. A magus that can design and augment new spells as needed on the fly is like the second coming of Leonardo da Vinci. No, even solo dash, maybe not that. But, perfect analysis means, wait, you can manipulate it directly. That's why you haven't activated your magic circuits. You should be able to mix and match the different thaumaturgical foundations to make your spells. Do you know how spellcasting works? Enlighten me. I was mighty curious about this. Perhaps it would reveal the final missing piece that was stopping me from doing exactly what he'd said. The so-called higher power I was unaware of so far. Fundamentally, mana carries a command to a thaumaturgical foundation to activate something, a spell, that was already engraved into it. Different thaumaturgies, different systems have their own way of communication, their own rites and rituals, the likes of which you see in movies sometimes. A new spell means engraving something new onto such a foundation. It's rarely achievable now, but only 2 centuries ago, Helena Blavatsky designed a foundation of her own by piecing together others. The base of modern occultism. But, the amount of power that can be drawn from a foundation at any given time is limited. It was limited further by progress. We discussed this today in class. It's why the induction of new magi is frowned upon. Instead of working to an alternative, the lords want to desperately cradle what they have already. I remembered that, the bit about mystery. You should be able to achieve the same, with greater ease than even Madame Helena, who was an absurd mutation in her own right, so long as you have the necessary basic knowledge. You could be the answer to modern problems. Now do you see why this must absolutely not leave the room? He glared at me like I'd done some great wrong, but it felt like he was just very, very, very worried. I nodded. I guess someone might want the solution for themselves, or be the one to figure it out. Yes, so move, please. It's important. Do it immediately, if possible. What's to say you don't want the same? Is it because I'm not asking for anything in exchange? Waver quickly surmised, rising to his feet. Because it's not free. I'll teach you, yes. But, you'll have to do the occasional odd task under my name if I'm otherwise occupied. The El Meloi aren't so cheap, I can say that from experience. I'll even pay yo dash. Professor. Gray spoke up again, but Waver held up a hand to silence her. But dash. I'll pay you on my own dime, while of course, subtracting your living costs from your pay. But you won't need it soon enough. Patent a convenient spell or two and you shouldn't want for money at all. Like I said, it's a new engraving. You're not obligated to share yours without getting paid. That sounded fine, actually. It would allow me to be much closer to Magecraft, and while, admittedly, some part of me was still cautious of him just on principle, I would always regret letting this kind of chance go. The patent thing sounded really neat too. This will also give you a lot of practical experience. Do I have your consent? He held out a hand that trembled ever so slightly with each step I took towards it. Fine, but you'll have to help convince my mom. That's all right. No spells. I wouldn't think of it. I took his hand and gave it a firm shake. Right then. Waver snapped his fingers as Gray quickly retreated behind him. Slowly, my mother came out of whatever stupor had taken over her before tilting her head in a confused daze. She looked down at the tea boiling on her stove, at the cups laid out beside it, and then faced us to be even more confused. Hal, you didn't tell me we were having guests, she stuttered over her words, taking in Waver's choice in fashion before furrowing her brows in worry. Did he do something, sir? No, ma'am. Waver bowed politely, a hand over his heart and an awkward smile on his face. I'm a teacher at a university near here. I was wondering if I could get your permission to hire him as my assistant. Naturally, she was just as suspicious as I was. She was a lot better at hiding it, however, and smiled politely in return. Where did you meet? I discreetly elbowed Waver in his liver, mouthing library. At the library, I couldn't help but be in awe of the knowledge he possesses at such a young age. I wanted to sponsor his education. He refused to move out without his family, unfortunately, and conveniently enough, we do have some lodgings available at our academic town. With your permission, I could make the arrangements before the day is done. At this, she narrowed her eyes, crossing her arms. She eyed me questioningly, and I could only try to shake my head obliviously as I elbowed Waver again and again. He grunted, shooting me a glare that promised pain. I couldn't bear the thought of such talent going to waste because of. He left the rest unsaid, but we all knew what he meant. He had just called me broke. Hope you were sufficiently entertained. Do drop a comment, and some power stones so we can get some more exposure. I also wanted to talk about something. You know how the average chapter on this website is around 1.2 to 1.5k words, right? Well, I've tried to conform to this for a long while, but it's creating some serious trouble at this point. It's damn near impossible to create a proper narrative and tell a good story with a chapter limited to that number of words. Now you might wonder why this is a problem. This is because my chapters are at least 8 pages long with the way I write them, and they need to be that long to tell the story. I often have to leave things halfway or less and feel bad the rest of the day for it. This is especially true for my essay of stories. It'll have no effect on me posting regularly, since 3.5 to 4k words barely take an hour to write, 2 at the most. So, if you guys allow it, I want to change Patreon from having 10 chapters ahead to being 15 to 20k words ahead irrespective of chapter count. It's essentially the same number of words, more even, but I don't have to piece up my narrative for the chapter count when I don't want to. I'm not about to sit here and say I don't like the money, even if I love writing. But, I like to believe you guys read my stuff for the quality rather than the quantity. What do you think? Chapter 8, it turned out the prospect of a properly paying job, a good education, free lodgings, and a university professor's sponsorship was too exciting for a single mother of 2 barely supporting her family to ignore, even if she tried. By the time Professor Waver was done listing the pros of coming under his tutelage, I was quite certain that my mother would have forced me to accept his offer even if my wishes were to the contrary, not that they were. Being broke turned out to be quite the boon in this case. We didn't have much to pack up for the move, and by the next morning, we were well on our way to the dorms. Ellie rode atop my shoulders, and her negligible weight made me again and again forget that she was even there. That problem was resolved when she started letting out the occasional ooh and ah while tugging my hair to steer. What was she? Some kind of Italian rat obsessed with cooking. The Slur student dormitory was a considerable upgrade from our old home. The walls were a clean, slick white, the tiled floor was well kept, and the corridor was rife with the hustle and bustle of students all too busy or sleep-deprived to even bat an eye at us, as most often were in university. An overly excited, burly, Indian man met us halfway into the compound and practically wrenched my 2 suitcases from my hands with a massive grin. He spoke too loud, and his skin was only an inch lighter from one of the wannabe roadmen I'd hospitalized. Why's your skin like that? You're not black. I looked up at Ellie with pursed lips, and a newfound respect for her baby balls in my heart. Damn girly. It's because I'm from a faraway land, Krishna offered a good-natured smile, not the least bit bothered. No need to apologize, madam. He stopped my mother before she could speak. You can't blame a child for being curious. You know there's something to be said about an Indian man serving someone like Waver. It's not coming to min dash, umph. My mother knocked me over the head with a fist before I could finish my words. What? He said he didn't mind. I complained, rubbing my bruise. I didn't raise you to be like this. There's no need to be disrespectful for no reason. Krishna's smile widened at her words, and without even slowing his walk, he added, "It's fine, madam. Rudeness is how our youth compensate with the harsh fact that they're incapable of doing much." Damn, Krishna. I was duly humbled by the man and walked the rest of the way in silence as my mother told me off some more. All the way to our new lodgings, I wondered if I could get the man to teach me his ways. He had just fried me without even saying one crude word. An elevator ride later, we arrived on the 3rd floor, to a room unceremoniously labeled 5308. Krishna opened the dark, furnished door with a set of 2 keys that he handed off to my mother right the next moment before walking in and carefully placing our cases on the wooden floor. "Welcome to your dorm, Henry. Miss Louise. We don't typically have such cases, but we do sometimes get students who want their servants to move in with them. I hope you don't mind. I had one such apartment refurbished to accommodate you as soon as I was notified. It's no trouble at all. Th. Thank you." Mama Smith was understandably overwhelmed. I tilted my head. That was yesterday though. I don't see how that's a cause for concern. I guessed Magecraft made such things easier to accomplish. Well, I'll leave you to it then. He gave a small nod. I hope you enjoy your stay. Oh, and food is readily available in the cafeteria should you feel a bit peckish. If you have certain tastes or any allergies, be sure to tell me. And lastly, I'm quite the cook if I do say so myself. With a final bow, he disappeared into the corridor, leaving us to our own devices. I had every single intention of exploring the new apartment, then leaping on the bed right after for a good rest without the smell of fries and fish for the first time in my life, but, of course, how could that be? I hope you'll apologize to that nice man for your earlier remarks. Mama Smith said from beside me, giving free rein to the serpentine creature that had neared us in the meantime to spit her venom and ruin my life. I wonder what she'd have to say if she knew what you did to me yesterday. Luviajlita smirked, a hand under her breasts and the other hovering next to her cheeks in that rich lady way of hers. She'd changed into a different dress, a simpler one without shoulders accented by odd golden, floral patterns down to her ankles. It was still blue though, for some reason. I mechanically turned to face her. I thought light was poison to demo dash. What did he do? My mother cut me off. He really was quite rough yesterday when he had his way. Luviajlita smirked in a way that told me she knew exactly what she was saying. That dress of mine is all but ruined. I certainly hope you'll reprimand him for his actions. Ah, so that was why she changed cloth dash. Oh no. You big dash. My mother dragged me indoors and slammed the door shut behind her. My, I hope you've learned to respect ladies more. Half an hour later, I sat on a bench outside the dormitory nursing a new bruise on my head that I had only because Luviajlita Edelfelt was a big snitch. She was laughing at me even now, standing right beside the armrest. You're misunderstanding something, I explained. I already respect ladies. Then dash. The last time I checked, banshees weren't classified as ladies, more as soul-sucking monsters. She raised a clenched fist, but I'd already backed away to the far corner of the bench and ready to spell to blast her with again before she could, 2 fingers pulled back like I was about to throw some gang signs and summon a fireball, which I was. Suddenly, the blonde witch started giggling. It's almost refreshing to meet someone who doesn't care for my standing, or his own safety. Way to be the cliché rich girl. I kept my mouth shut this time, however, not too keen on having her prattle to my mother again. Fine, I'll concede this time. Come on, let's head to class. I'd been looking forward to the lecture, so I ended up conceding too. But only for the sake of learning cool Magecraft. Unfortunately, my hopes for new learning were thoroughly dashed when Waver spent the whole lecture expounding on why Magecraft needed to be kept a secret from the larger world, basing the necessity on the fact that it was not freely utilizable but parsing it was a possibility all the same. If the mechanisms were deciphered, it would lose its power, and they most certainly would. It made Magi look idiotic, in my opinion, at least. So while humanity learned to harness the power of the stars, you people sit around happy you don't need a match to light a fire but have to run complex programs for it instead. And somehow they're your lessers. A dreadful silence fell over the class. I knew they could understand my point. Most of my classmates, the normal ones, were new Magi like myself, their exposure to human science was far greater, and far more insuppressible. It's why they needed hypnosis to cast spells in the first place. How? That's one of those things you just don't say. You naughty boy. Yvette lightly hit my shoulder. I wonder how naughty you'd be in. Let's go find out right now. I quickly agreed. Whoever had warned against not sticking it in crazy was just gatekeeping. You're not going anywhere. Luviajlita threw cold water over my sudden neuron activation. The class isn't over and we have to go enroll you in general fundamentals after. Oh. Oh. Are you guys hanging out after class? Sounds fun. Count me in. Flat, as always, jumped in with his shonen protagonist behavior. Nobody asked you. I deadpanned. Shush now, Henry, we need to be nice to the mentally challenged. Luviajlita giggled into her palm. I wasn't as reserved as her though, so I just snickered out loud. Waver groaned again. He gathered up his documents in a neat stack and picked them up. Well, that's an interesting way to conclude the lecture. I'll explain Henry's remarks next time. Try to do some of your own research in the meantime, they do hold some merit. As if he was both used to, and done with this shit, he sauntered off without addressing us. Just before he actually left, however, he stopped with his hand on the door. Actually, come here, Henry. With those words, he left the lecture room. Not too interested in explaining why my comment was justified, I bolted after him and caught him all of 2 steps away from class. That was quick. He noted. Yeah, well, everyone wants to get in my pants and I'm not really interested in finding out how different people will do that. Sure. He gave an unamused side-eye before mumbling about something to himself. A cafe in the neighborhood's been having some issues with electricity. I suspect foul play involving Magecraft, so go check that out. I'd do it myself but something came up. I opened my mouth to say something but he cut me off too. People were doing that a lot today and I was an inch away from doing something incredibly petty because of it. If you want something more refined, go see if you can find some mercenary work with the policies department. I'm sure Flat or Calls will be happy to show you the way. Stick to low-risk jobs though, it's not just you that's going to be in trouble if something happens to you. Right, my family. Cafe it is, I guess. I conceded, and I saw something of a smile on the professor's face as he hurried away, to whatever it was he had to do, I didn't know. Chapter 9. I didn't mind that Waver had given me an errand to run before even my first day under him ended. On the contrary, I was quite pleased with the development. It helped me cope with the fact that he was helping me on his own dime for no particular reason other than his desire to see my talents bear fruit. It was an odd feeling, to say the very least. I wasn't very used to receiving support like this, and was used to scrounging up whatever I could with my own 2 hands, more so as William than Henry. It made me feel terribly inadequate whenever I really thought about it. The man had arbitrarily decided to help me and my family. It didn't matter that he was probably in a position to do so. I decided I owed him one immediately. No matter how much he tried to frame it that way, our transaction was not in any way fair or equal. I just hoped that I'd get a proper chance. Don't worry about it. A slap hit my back, nearly knocking me off balance, and I didn't even need to turn to know who it was. That's just how the prof is, trust me. Better to just try to be a good student. At least, that's what Lucienne tells me. Don't forget to have fun though. That's important too. Flat, you should be in a psych ward. Doctors would kill to study the whole spectrum all in one person. Agreed, Luviajlita agreed, huffing. It grates on my nerves to know that someone like this is one of the most talented people in our generation. He'd definitely enter a van with a stranger for some candy. Of course I would. That sounds like a fun adventure. He cocked his head, poking his chin in his over-the-top way before shrugging and putting both hands behind his head. That was when the realization hit me. This Synovovich really was a shonen protagonist, maybe from one of the fate routes I wasn't acquainted with. He was even getting weird stares from the passers-by on the street. Passers-by that were most certainly magi considering our proximity to the clock tower. It explained how he was recreating my edited spells the moment he saw them in use. It wasn't a copy, because his process was wholly different than mine, but that only just made me look like a bum. I could finally manipulate mana too, at least my own, so that lessened the blow somewhat. Well then, you should be glad to have me, I reassured Edelfelt. She tossed her hair, and jabbed a thumb Flat's way. That's quite presumptuous for someone who can use only variations of one spell so far. Do you think I'm as stupid as he is? Yes, what gave it away? I learnt that in one day, I deadpanned. If it's such a casual thing, why haven't you done it already? 2, put me in my place. Should have been easy for someone so great. Point and laugh, Flat. Because she can't. Ha ha. Flat pointed and laughed. Good do dash. Good boy. I would have patted his head, but he wasn't an anime girl. Doing that to a dude would just be plain weird. Stop manipulating the simpleton to your dastardly means. So you're saying I should leave the manipulation to the real creatures of the night, like a banshee such as yourself? Point taken. I agreed as we rounded the corner onto an oddly well-built street. Even the road was made with paved stone, and the poor lamppost Edelfelt ended up punching when I suddenly ducked my head seemed a tad too vintage for this place. The crowd of students from earlier thin to bare stragglers, hurrying to their destinations. Perkiel. Q's Muntagen. So, while the rich lady coddled her red fingers and screeched curses in Finnish of all languages, I turned to the laughing Flat. Sniff it out, boy. You smell something weird. Unlike me, he didn't even need the eyes to sniff out mana. He noticed it by instinct and manipulated his own into complex sequences as easy as breathing, as an instinct. My talents were a bit more on the technical side. I need to know the core components first and then I could decipher spells as programs written in a certain code. I'd long realized that the best way to utilize my eyes to their complete potential was to actually pay attention to my studies. While deciphering visuals in real time would be exponentially faster, Waver had told me it was downright impossible to witness the higher-rung spellcasting unless it was some sort of special case. If you wanted someone to be a dog, we could have asked Lucienne. Guy threw a chair at me before even saying hello. He'll be too busy cleaning out that stink bomb I drenched his clothes with. Sven Glaschite would rue the day he made an enemy of me. How did you dash? We live in the same building now. Flat fisted his palm in realization. You shoulda asked me to join. Aren't we friends? No. Boo. How's a meanie? Luvia, help me. Where were all these people getting off thinking they could use my mum's nickname for me? There's the cafe, Edelfelt interrupted us, gesturing to a not-so-auspicious cafe built into the first floor of an apartment building. Nothing really looked out of place at first glance. 2 large panes of clear glass provided a view into a rustic establishment with only a scarce few customers scattered about oddly on the dark wooden tables. An older, casually dressed man stood behind the furnished counter, wiping a ceramic cup with a navy cloth. When we entered, a woman with dirty blonde hair done up in a ponytail greeted us with a smile, but I could spot the dark circles under her eyes even without lifting my aviators. She managed a weak smile and bowed her head. Welcome to Dash. I tuned her out, leaving Edelfelt to steer the conversation, and this time, actually did lift my aviators, if only briefly. I immediately caught faint traces of mana, those same wisps and flickering trails that were left as the residue of some spell being cast. They felt distinctly electric in nature this time around, and even seemed to buzz. The professor did say he would take a look, but, are you sure you children are up for it? I'm 18, I narrowed my eyes at the rude woman. Edelfelt gently cocked her head, a hand on her hip, the very same. I'm here to make sure this fool isn't a wasted investment. We come in place of Lord Elmeloy too. Ah. The waitress seemed stumped for a moment, of course. You can look around, if you want. Please tell us if you find something of issue, the electricity bill will run us into the ground. Had Waver sent me as some kind of magical handyman? Flat raised a hand with a big smile. I'll have some coffee in the meantime. All this investigation stuff is very boring. Come get me if you find something, K. Contrary to what one would expect, I let out a relieved sigh as he bolted to the counter. It would leave me a precious few moments of peace to actually do something productive. The moment she gave me leave, I floated over to the back and entered the storage where I found my answer. I was right, there was some spell working, specifically on the main electric panel on the far end of the room. Doing a once-over to make sure no one was in the room, I pocketed the mystic eye killers and gave my eyes free rein. In real time, the spell was parsed, down to its atomic structure, the make was discerned, and the process was disassembled. I then assigned its various base components names and burned them to memory for later use, probably not in this particular order. The spell had been siphoning electricity from the main circuit to something past a door just beside it. That explained the electricity bill, and breaking it was as simple as inserting a chaos agent into the written spell. A programmer's worst nightmare, a single wrong character could cause the whole program to malfunction, or just straight up crash. Inserting one was easy for an outsider, as simple as pressing a key. Finding what was inserted, on the other hand, was not so straightforward. I entered 24 in under a second. With a snap of my fingers, the spell crumbled in on itself. As I've said before, those eyes really are quite the sight. Luviajlita said with a smile, crossing her arms under her breasts. Was she trying to get me to look? Was that it? She did that way too much. Like damn, I knew I was a hot catch cause of Yvette, but damn. If you're trying to get in my pants, it's working. I'm going to complain to my mom. That provoked a slight blush, but I was willing to bet it was more out of embarrassment than anything. She averted her gaze. I was merely stating a fact. I hid my beautiful body with my hands. Stop violating me with those hungry eyes, you degenerate. Unfortunately, instead of getting embarrassed more, she just laughed at me. So, what did you find? You'd think the one with years of experience would be the one to find something. I guess your education's about as meaningful as Flat's character development. Very funny. Now, out with it. Boo. It's some kind of siphoning spell, I think. Sounds like something I'd do honestly, but I didn't expect for Magi to commit electricity theft. Again, the humans could just add a hidden wire instead of running complex codes for it. I scratched the back of my head, eyeing the odd wooden door beside us. The hinges were rusty, and the design was undeniably vintage. The door actually seemed about the oldest thing in the whole establishment. I didn't expect you to actuate dash. Ugh, another flat. She rubbed her forehead. I feel her reaction would have been a lot more pronounced if Flat's shonen protagonist wasn't part of my class. This sucked. I needed my ego fed more. No amount of glazing would ever be enough. Let's go find our electricity thief. Any bets this one's also IND dash. I was cut off by a loud crash, from beyond the door. Chapter 10. I feel there's something poetic to be said here, but the words elude me. I pointed at the distinctly human bones piled near the dusty wall. They looked chafed, and shattered like some large creature had bitten into them. It had to be the work of some creature, because there was running water all but 5 steps over, and anyone with a thought process not that of a toddler's would definitely dump those in there, to hide traces and whatnot. The ominous door just hid a stairway that led down to the district's old sewer system, as pointed out by the rude waitress, and the government had never really gotten around to repairing or blocking it off for some reason. Said reason was probably Magi and their obsession with old things, something about mystery and whatnot. Admittedly, the cavernous sewer stretching out to either side was incredibly mysterious, even if only for the old brick walls and the fact that I couldn't see my own hand if I stretched it out with my aviators on, as well as the grating noise of running water. Strangely enough, it didn't really stink at all, just smelled musty and old, like some decrepit attic in an elderly person's home. Huh, Luviajlita curiously cocked her head. I thought you'd be far less receptive to human bones. Actually, I thought you'd be the one to squeal and jump into my arms like a maiden. I chuckled, ducking down to poke at the bones. They didn't seem all that old, but then again I had no real way of knowing past what I'd read in passing when bored. Programming didn't really have a lot of venues for live exposure to such things. All she gave me for my provocation was a smirk. You'd like that, wouldn't you? I took my loss like a man. Anyway, if you think this is creepy, you definitely have no idea what gets passed around online by the cartels. She didn't deign to answer, just held out her hand. I raised a bone questioningly, confused. Did she want me to hand it over? What was wrong with this chick? I slowly brought a bone closer to her. No. What would a lady do with that? I'm telling you to get up. We need to investigate this now. Loathsome as it is, the clock tower usually turns a blind eye to these things, but it's not going to happen when the incident is this close. If a magus is involved, we need to find out. Lady. I raised a brow. By find out you mean report it to the concerned authorities. Something tells me you aren't all too interested in doing that. She correctly guessed, looking around with her arms crossed. How'd you dash? Simpletons are rather easy to understand. I wasn't a simpleton though. Being naturally curious about the world was a good thing, and I wasn't the one who suplexed people for pissing me off. Why was she so good at wrestling anyway? She insisted on being a refined lady. Fortunately for you, I happen to be fond of simpletons, she interrupted my musings with a faint smile. Now get up, I do still have other things to do. As I'd found out in the prior few days, there was no real way to convince Luviajlita against something that didn't involve grievous bodily harm for me or her. With how genuine she typically was, I wasn't so sure about the latter anymore, so I quietly relented and rose to my feet. Before she could be smug about her victory, however, my phone started ringing. It was one of those expensive ones, courtesy of those wannabe gangsters that had shanked Henry. It was an unknown number, but it had to be someone I knew considering the SIM card was my own. A swipe later, Waver's tired voice came through and I put him on speaker. I was worried, so I had calls look into the area. If you went in alone, leave immediately, and if you aren't, you need to be extremely careful. There's been a string of disappearances and murders around there, and if Magecraft is involved, then you might be no, you are in a lot of danger. That explained the bones at least. And the residual traces of that same electrifying mana all over the place, even on the ceiling. I cast a discreet glance at the bones and found something else entirely standing in their place. You couldn't be more right, Professor. The sound of the phone probably even drew it to us, or it was the electrical signal or something. Regardless, I cut the call instantly. A monstrous bipedal creature with blood-red eyes towered over the both of us. It had two massive fangs protruding from its gaping maw and electricity coursing through its white fur. Saliva dripped from its mouth. It had a strange mane on its chest on top of the thick fur. A closer look told me that it wasn't bipedal, just momentarily balancing itself on two short hind legs, shorter than even its ears. Isn't that just a big rabbit? The rabbit has lightning on it. Luviajlita added. Thanks, Sherlock. I couldn't tell. It pressed down on the bones with its foot, easily grounding them into dust. I inhaled deeply, reinforced myself and deeply contemplated my extremely fine knowledge of Magecraft and its working thus far before, spinning on my heel and bolting off. Luviajlita was smart enough to follow suit moments before the lumbering creature set off after us at a pace that defied both biology and physics. Bolts of lightning shot off its massive form, blowing through the walls and kicking up clouds of dust. How had it even snuck up on us? I thought you said these things didn't exist anymore. I shouted over its screeching and clicking as I tried to pick up the pace. They do not. Not here at least. That has to be a familiar of some sort. I ducked under a bolt of lightning, hands over my head. Familiars are supposed to be weak. Since when? This thing probably belongs to some old dash. Luviajlita halted abruptly, skidding to a stop. Why are we even running? It's just a familiar. Naturally, I stopped too. Because that thing wants to make rough love dash. Luviajlita spun and smashed her heel into the creature's eye, tossing it into a wall with nothing but raw, reinforced strength. I took the time to parse the creature's lightning mechanism, since that also seemed to work on mana somehow, while she retrieved a glittering sapphire from her sleeve and flipped it into the air. Ergander. Her magic circuits hummed to life. She waved a hand and a literal purple laser shot out of the gem, faster than a bullet, piercing through the creature's head. A spell I stole instantly. With a final, defiant groan, the giant rabbit's form crumbled away into wisps of mana that lingered for only a few moments before dispersing. That was cool. I admitted. Indeed. You are free to shower me with your meaningless praise. She smiled happily, pointing a gloved finger at my face. I ignored her for her hubris. The spell itself was weak, but you supercharged it using the metaphysical way dash. Suddenly, her entire demeanor shifted. She pushed me up against the wall, an elbow to my throat as she glared at me. She really needed to stop doing that. I was just about at the end of my patience for her senseless violence, no matter how much I enjoyed her antics. Stop doing that, you oaf. What? I had my suspicions, but you're not like flat. You don't just make Magecraft as it suits you, you understand its fundamentals at a glance. Do you have any idea how much danger you're in if this gets out? Do you? Do you think Magi will take kindly to someone who can understand generations of work as easily as breathing? Flat's own family has tried to kill him. Your situation will be much worse. She shouted in my face, pushing harder. Why was everyone being so weird about this? These people were strangers. Not even my own family seemed to mind when I took up horse riding and nearly broke my neck, or when I actually did break it with acrobatics. But now, suddenly, everyone seemed to give a shit. It was very weird. Why did they even care if I put myself in danger? What do you think is going to happen when they realize they'll never be able to recruit you, someone who can steal their patented work right from under their nose and make it better? Explaining the mechanism diminishes the mystery. Luviajlita continued. There will most certainly be people who will not care for our thoughts, or Lord Elmaloitus. Despite his merits, he's pitifully unaware and weak compared to his peers. Poor Waver had shade thrown at him even when he wasn't here. You'll get a ceiling designation, or just die. Don't you see that? You think your mother and sister will be left alone after? I promise you they will not. Be more careful, words matter a lot in our world. I couldn't even be annoyed anymore. I'm sorry. I raised my hands in surrender, there's only 2 of us here. Thought I could trust you. Clearly, your orders matter more. My, what? Inorai Valualita's orders. That seemed to throw her a loop for some reason, her strength faded away and her pale features flushed as she backed away, almost stepping into the water behind us. I quickly grabbed her hand to stop that unfortunate occurrence. Yes. Those. I have a job to do, she said slowly, pulling away her hand. She began fixing her dress. So don't make me look as simple as you. Why did she use the word simple so much? What even were her orders anyway? To look after me. She was my babysitter. It explained a lot. Just keep to yourself and work hard as you always have. Stop putting yourself in needless danger just for excitement. As I always have. I murmured, confused. You guys ran a background check. Thanks for respecting my privacy so much. Shut up. She grumbled, head turned aside. If we hadn't, I wouldn't be able to keep you s-. It doesn't matter. Keep walking, I can feel we're close to a workshop. What's a workshop? Luviajlita did me the courtesy of explaining as we made our way through the pseudo-sewer tunnel. I felt it was more to distract herself from the sudden awkwardness she'd created than anything else. A workshop was, exactly what it sounded like. A workshop where a magus conducted most of his or her research, except it also doubled back as a veritable fortress in the event of any danger. They were usually fitted with all sorts of defensive measures such as familiars, debilitating effects, magical traps, and other tricks and whatnot, typically marked by a bounded field. I, of course, had no idea what a bounded field was either, so she explained that as well. It was a simple space separated from everything else with a boundary drawn using mana. A variety of effects, depending on the caster's skill, were then applied, ranging from misdirection, memory tampering, weather tampering, etc. The only downside was, they couldn't be moved. It raised a rather interesting possibility for me. Could a bounded field mess with distance? Make 1 meter seem like 100? Or a centimeter a meter? It should be possible. Luviajlita answered easily, narrowing her gaze at a wall of mana standing out down the tunnel. Something told me she wasn't seeing but rather, sensing, its presence. I've heard of bounded fields that tampered with the laws of physics, but I doubt you can easily come across that level of understanding. You'll have to ask Lord Trambilio. She giggled at the end, but I didn't know why just yet. This seemed like the kind of thing Flat would have some interesting insight about. Wait. Flat. We forgot Flat. You did. Luviajlita looked back at me with her head tilted. I thought you left that loudmouth ape up there on purpose. I shrugged. All's well that ends well, I guess. Chapter 11. There was a bounded field hidden by a piece of illusory wall that gave way when I made like a Dark Souls protagonist and rolled into it headfirst, leaving Luviajlita flabbergasted. That was par for the course considering her definitive lack of intelligence. Are you thinking something rude again? How'd she know? I can see the grin on your face, she sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. I hammered my palm in epiphany. Oh yeah, banshees can see in the dark. Sorry, I forgot. Perkeel. She groaned, but still led through the newly revealed cavern in the old sewer systems. Every once in a while, we would pass a few discarded human bones, some pieces of fur, and the trace of burns on the decrepit walls. It was rather easy to get used to seeing them considering my expectations for this world and my copious hours surfing the internet as a bored man. What? Everyone got blasted with unwanted gore every once in a while. There it is, Luviagelita pulled me from my thoughts, nodding to a strange barrier. HM. Do you have any doubt regarding my ability now? No. I eyed it curiously, benevolently withholding the fact that I would have certainly found it earlier than her, definitely. A closer look revealed that this barrier held certain characters from the earlier siphoning spell. Specifically, the characters regarding electricity itself. Reinforcing my arm, I tore a small chunk of stone from the wall beside us and lopped it at the barrier. As expected, lightning tore it to shreds the moment it made contact, leaving nothing but a small cloud of rapidly dissipating dust. Luviagelita kept quiet as I treaded up to the barrier. It was good that she'd come to understand that I was taking the lead whether she liked it or not. The next part was easier than even walking up. It was a stationary, constant spell, always active. The same as the one running Waver's favorite cafe into the ground, in essence, even if it had different effects. Then, like before, breaking it, or at least, causing a momentary lapse in its action was as easy as introducing chaos via random characters. To my surprise, however, the spell slowly began knitting itself together again, reorienting based on the data in the areas I didn't mess with. That's interesting, but slow. I unceremoniously stepped through, beckoning Luviagelita to follow. We've entered another Magus workshop. Be on guard. She warned, striking that weird pose with her 2 fingers against her forehead she did whenever she was excited. I just threw up my hands. Man, this workshop ain't sure dash. The reality of it bent me over a table and shoved its massive cock dash. I was silenced long before I could even finish my words. This workshop was the shit after all. The moment we exited the tunnel, we came into a massive hall with a tiled floor. Massive thick pillars reminiscent of the Parthenon in Athens stood erect to either side, rising into the darkness of a gabled ceiling. Immense mana pulsed through every part of the structure, coalescing at a massive statue standing at the head of this Parthenon knockoff. Thick arms, a massive chest covered by a sash, long hair, and a majestic beard. It was obvious this was supposed to be Zeus. I knew how symbolism could influence Magecraft because of Waver's lessons, so this grandeur stood to reason. Little more could be further steeped in ancient mystery and meaning than a picture of Zeus himself, one of the most well-known deities in the modern world. I'll admit this looked incredible, I smiled. If we weren't 3 steps away from a sewer. Please. This is a Portman dash. You have some guts barging your way into my workshop and then insulting it. A man interrupted her. I could make out the distinct clack of wood against tile as he made his way over in the dark. Yeah, Luviagelita, you don't enter someone's home and call it poor. Even if it looks like an outhouse, I wouldn't tell my worst enemy to shit in. Silence. The stranger slammed the butt of his staff against the floor. I will not suffer insults from a pair of upstart runts that were never taught to respect their seniors. You speak to Gerdoa Davenant. This isn't a wuxia, is it? I couldn't help but ask. No. Respect is earned, not begged for with a childish tantrum. Luviagelita dropped some wisdom on the angry boomer. Expectedly, he immediately took the piss, got offended, and slammed his staff on the floor again. This time, the whole workshop lit up in answer, revealing him in his, well, it wasn't glory, and I had no other words for it. Lightning danced around the statue and arched into the air, crashing around us and ripping into his own floor. The man was wearing a shoddy, hooded cloak and no shirt but a pair of suit pants. Honestly, he looked like a roadside pervert, especially with that braided beard hanging just below his belly button. I'll give you reason then. Around us, from the darkness of the pillars, emerged dozens more of those lightning rabbit familiars, for standing on end, eyes beaming a bloody red. But by then, my initial surprise had waned. I couldn't help but see them for what they were. Lightning using rabbits, where had I seen that before? Well, I knew why the guy from Pokemon was eternally 12 or something now. I ignored my William and channeled my inner Londoner, Henry. Goddamn, Ash Ketchum fell off. I knew playing around with animals all day wouldn't pan out well as he aged, but damn, I did not think it would turn out this bad. Fam bro is living in an actual sewer. Unreal. A snort echoed in the hall, and it wasn't from the unknown Magus, Gerdoa. He looked about ready to pop a vein. It was from Luviajlita. She immediately turned her head to the side and covered it with a hand. But then, she couldn't hold it anymore and started full-on laughing at him, all red-faced and pointy. Bwahahaha. Needless to say, I joined in. I did not think she could get any hotter, but Luviajlita knew Pokemon. It tugged at Mandem's heartstrings. Jokes aside, the situation didn't really look all that great. We were surrounded by lightning rabbits. One was easy enough to destroy, but there were dozens here. Not to mention the lightning Gerdoa was channeling through the statue. I sincerely doubted even Luviajlita could handle it all alone. He looked retarded, but the guy was probably double our ages combined, and just as experienced. I was abruptly ripped from my thoughts when lightning formed into a ball near the statue's shoulder. I reacted before it could shoot out, and did a totally unnecessary backflip to dodge it. It ripped into the floor underneath me, blowing the tiles to shrapnel. I wasn't expecting that to work honestly. As William, I could manage dozens easily, that was one of my hobbies, but Henry was a lanky youth that didn't have the luxury of doing what he wanted. His body didn't have the strength or flexibility. If Spider-Man gets to do it, I do too. Luviajlita was less than amused. Spider-Man got tossed into a wall for that unnecessary backflip. I gasped. She knew Spider-Man too. Really, I'd thought she'd be too high and mighty for such commoner things as watching shows and movies. You should have used the Iron Claw, although I doubt you could reproduce the elegance of Fritz von Erich. She shrugged her hands idly before turning to Gerdoa. Are you willing to explain the abductions and murders of people not related to our world? What does it matter if some nobodies die to fulfill our goal of reaching the root? He declared, shooting off more lightning. This time, at her. At that moment, I was forced to reveal a card I wanted to hide for a moment longer for dramatic effect. I grabbed the lightning headed her way with my hand by holding it out between them, then, unceremoniously shoved it into my mouth. Yes, I ate the lightning. It threw a wrench into the little conflict. Both Luviajlita and Gerdoa seemed too shocked to do anything. I understood Gerdoa's surprise, but Luviajlita should have seen it coming. If I could copy flat, I could certainly imitate and augment Gerdoa's lightning spells to my leisure just as easily. That was the reason I wasn't so desperately worried about what could come my way so long as Magi were concerned. Of course. Luviajlita groaned a moment later, finally gleaning the nature of what just occurred. Of course you can steal his spells too. Mere luck. Let's see how you deal with this. Gerdoa, on the other hand, seemed to discredit what happened as a fluke. Two of his beasts charged me openly. I only opened my hands. Reinforcement broke the beast's momentum once they struck my palms, and then Gerdoa's augmented siphoning spell ripped the electricity sustaining their existence from their core in haphazard waves that coalesced into a thin, black storage strip under my eye. In the few moments leading up to the confrontation, I'd stolen and augmented every spell he'd shown thus far, improving them and making my own body the siphon and the storage unit for what was siphoned. What? What did you just do? I just stole your life's work. It was easy as hell, so get off that high horse already. Impossible. He shouted like a seasonal villain that added nothing to a story. You deciphered my spells. How long have you been working to sabotage me? Who sent you? Luviajlita looked like she sympathized with him on that one, the traitor. Fam, I didn't know you existed until 10 or so minutes ago. But that's, what? How? For your crimes, and your violation of the policies enforced by the clock tower, surrender. Luviajlita spoke seriously, crossing her arms under her chest. Sacrificing civilians is taboo, you know this. You've risked revealing our world with your recklessness as well. Do I murder him? I inquired politely. The guy was sacrificing people and stealing electricity from poor folks, he deserved it. Unfortunately, Luviajlita put a hand on my shoulder and shook her head in denial. But then, she smirked. Lord Bartholomeo's policies department will have worse in store. Come on. Gerdoa, is it? You're not just going to give in, right? I shamelessly encouraged him. You're a great magus that's going to put us in our places, aren't you? Come on, make me pay for stealing your spell. I needed to steal more shit off him. And, I was having so much fun. He eyed me cautiously, measured his options, and then his shoulders lost their strength. His staff clacked onto the floor, and the beasts surrounding us faded away along with all the lightning in the workshop. I surrender. God damn it. What was this, live to fight another day, bullshit? Since when were magi so smart? Wait, won't he tattle about what I can do? I tried to plead with Luviagelita. The bitch just giggled. Certainly, but will anyone believe him? They'll just think he's a sore loser trying to cope with the fact that he got outdone by his juniors. Why was everything so reasonable? Chapter 12. By the time we came out, the sun had set, darkness crept into the aged district, and old buildings made it look like I had stepped into some witch's domain with the way they leaned on one another and the overhead street lamp blinked periodically. It was time to clock in for the day, and what an exciting day it had been. So you fought Pokemon and you didn't even invite me. I thought we were friends. Flat complained incessantly, shaking me by the collars while Luviagelita tried to pay the bill he'd racked up by guzzling down copious amounts of tea and cakes while we were gone. We aren't. Ah, you don't need to be shy. He shoved his friendship down my throat. I forgive you. Take me next time though. Calm down, Naruto. I'm not a villain for you to reform. Naruto. He cocked his head, visibly confused. Sounds like a good person. I smiled dryly. I bet. Before he could start yapping again, Luviagelita stepped out of the cafe. She cast a withering glare at Flat that made him fold instantly. He stepped back, and bowed his head in apology multiple times before she waved him off. Go home. What? No. Not fair. You had an adventure. I want mine too. Another glare, a raised fist, and the blonde shonen MC bolted down the street, leaving behind a cloud of dust. Her ability to deal with him so easily was almost admirable, except she didn't do anything I hadn't already tried, yet, it worked for her somehow and not for me. I trust you'll find your way without getting into trouble, yes. Definitely. You're going to wander around looking for hapless victims for sustenance, yes. She opened her mouth to bite back but decided against it for some reason and simmered down. Instead, Luviagelita gripped the edges of her navy dress and looked down. She chewed on her lip. Thank you for protecting me. I didn't need it, but still, thank you. It would be unbecoming to not express my gratitude. But only because you saved me the trouble. Nothing else. You understand. I was stupefied for a moment but couldn't help a smile. Whoa, that must have been hard. Don't push it. I nodded, accepting her gratitude. Well, I'd feel bad if you got hurt, so, no problem. She halted again for a moment, but then a soft smile crept onto her face. I would feel bad if you were hurt too. Jesus fucking Christ. Get a bloody room if you want to shag. Don't make me feel more miserable than I already am. Fucking faggot. I turned to the one who interrupted my moment with the hot rich lady with big tid dash. It was the same average London experience motherfucker who called me a faggot for admiring my eyes a few days back. Okay, you wanna fight? I raised my fists, again. What the fuck, you ungrateful dick? I was just saying yous two looked cute together. Fuck me for giving someone a compliment. People are so bloody sensitive nowadays. He shrugged his thick, burgundy overcoat and stomped off, leaving both of us too flabbergasted to hunt him down. In the end, I couldn't help but laugh it off and bid her adieu. In gentlemanly conduct, I offered to escort Luviagelita home, but she strongly insisted otherwise. The woman gave a lot of mixed signals sometimes, if I was being honest. The walk back to Slur was uneventful. There was a distinct lack of roadmen in this district as compared to Ole Henry's previous living quarters, possibly something to do with the fact that it was used by individuals capable of ending them at a moment's notice if even slightly inconvenienced. The full aviators drew some attention from passers-by, but they were quick to write that off too. One annoying thing did happen though. Imagine we got attacked by a wyvern or something just now. It turned out Flat had just hidden in some alley that he popped out of like an annoying side quest the moment I rounded the first corner, because he knew we both lived in the same building. Seriously, the guy would not quit talking. At some point, I even found myself thinking it was good. Then, I promptly slapped myself in the face for that thought. Death to Shonen MCS. I whispered under my breath. But they're cool when they go all pow and wow and stuff. I bet. I smiled dryly. I had nothing against him, to be fair. His type were legit and respectable. It was just that he was way too loud and up in my face about it. Still, I held no doubts he'd stop if I told him to, but I didn't have the heart for it. Wait. My eyes widened. His shonen wiles were working. See you in class, Flat. I waved him goodbye. We have tomorrow off. Should we go to an amusement park or something? It'll be fun. I'll even invite Luchien. It's very funny when you throw water on him, trust me. He refused to let the elevator door close on him, stopping it by sticking his head in it. Maybe next time, I have some work to do tomorrow. Ah shucks. Well, okay. But next time's a promise. I'll drag you if I have to. You won't need to do that, man. Even I don't have the heart to say no when you're being like this. Satisfied, he backed off and I let out a relieved sigh, humming and bobbing my head to the elevator music until the doors opened with a ding to reveal an empty corridor. Understandable. The clock tower was a place of study. Most of my fellow students would probably be too busy with their research. Still, I was in no way jealous of them. Sinking my head in books was not something I was very keen on doing, and being acknowledged by psycho magi wasn't really going to get me off in any meaningful way, unless they were willing to jump my bones for my circuits and eyes right. That was an interesting thought. But anyway, practical experience was far more helpful in furthering my abilities than books due to my unique circumstances. Gerdoa Davenant's spells followed a different system as compared to Flat spell or Luvia Gelidus curses, and by considering different spellcasting systems to be different coding languages. I had added a lot to my arsenal by breaking the individual spells into the characters of their specific languages. Now, I just wanted more spells to complete the different alphabets so I could mix, match and even design my own spells, or like Waver insisted, a new thaumaturgical system, language, entirely. For now though, I needed some sleep. It was with these thoughts in my head that I wandered into my apartment. Any tiredness I'd been feeling disappeared in the blink of an eye as I leapt over the couch and picked up little Ellie. She was watching some cartoons on the TV. Hal. You're back. Yes, you adorable little thing. I spun her around and she beamed, giggling with a small, red nose. As the days passed, the distinction between Henry and William became more and more flimsy. That made sense seeing as I was both. But, that also meant that my adoration for the adorable little creature in my hands was twofold. Did you have a good day? She nodded. Krishna's food is so good and your friend is so nice too. My friend. Yes. Calls. He has fun games on his PC. Her little accent was so cute too. Calls. Oh, the nerd from Waver's class. Had Ellie harassed him until he let her play games on his computer? I was so proud I almost shed a tear. For how they lived till now and with how hard Mother worked, Louise and Ellie deserved the world. I would try to give it to them by succeeding the one way you were guaranteed to no matter who you were. Stealing others' war dash. Stealing the life work of various magi and patenting it. I felt not an inch of shame or guilt for my plan. With how fucked up they were normally, they honestly deserved anything bad that came their way. Seeing Gerdoa just completely disregard the people he killed as not even footnotes sort of cemented that notion. He wasn't guilty because he was murdering uninvolved, innocent people, he was guilty because he'd been caught doing it. My mother smiled from the kitchen. I'll have your dinner ready in a bit. Yes, ma'am. I pursed my lips, considering my options, but then decided to just speak what was on my mind. Do you think you'd stop working if it wasn't necessary? Her eyes grew a bit distant, but then she gave me a tired smile. Yep. I get tired too. The easy words threw me for a loop. I thought she'd be harder to convince, what with how parents usually were with their pride. But she just accepted my words. That easy? Yep. She nodded. But even if you can't, I'm proud of you still, Hal. I thank God for giving me a hard-working boy like you. Damn. That was the first time I'd heard those words as William. Nothing was ever enough for my stuck-up mother before. I'd come home with a trophy once, and been told to quiet down because I was being annoying. I gave nothing like that to Louise Smith, and she was still proud of me. My heart drummed in my chest. It made mans want to cry for real. And I didn't even understand why mere words affected me so much. Little Ellie gave me a hug, resting her little head on my shoulder. Chapter 13. The next day passed idly. I listened to Waver's boring lecture about the relativity of names to the baser nature of things and the weight of words that could be perceived as something else entirely in the context of spellcasting relative to their meaning in the world of the normal folks. Like, pyrite carrying a flame element solely because of the pyr in the name despite its real-world application having nothing to do with fire. That was proven when Flat used it in place of something else and his ritual ended up exploding in his face. Basically, the highlight of my day was seeing him get chewed out by Waver while doing an involuntary black face. That and Sven Glascheit coming in looking like a corpse, reeking like one too. The stink bomb I'd left for him clearly did its job and made Daddy proud. Since Luviajlita wasn't there to bother for some reason, I dipped the second class ended and made my way to the policies department situated through the London Museum. I didn't understand the workings honestly. One moment, I'd gone underground, the next I was in some old money-looking building with empty corridors. A light drizzle gently pattered against the closed windows, and the grayed, cloudy sky outside was a pleasant sight. Still, it made me stand out a bit more with the fully black aviators I was wearing, in rain. I felt like some kind of schizo, but then I realized I didn't ask and didn't care what some weirdos thought. The corridor opened into a hall resembling a bank, with the tellers and all included, just not the people. It seemed kind of sparse for the sort of place it was supposed to be. Eventually, I wandered over to a nervous-looking man sitting behind a counter, leaned on the crisp counter and planted my chin on my palm before beginning my harassment. It turned out Magi gave out mercenary contracts for a good bit of cash. I needed to get my hands on one of those. The best bet then was trying my luck with the policies department responsible for designing and enforcing, well, policies. Sir, I can't just dash. Oh come on, aren't we buddies? I scanned his navy vest for a name tag but failed to find one. James. His pale eyes widened in some surprise and I realized that the generic S name was actually the right guess. Well, he looked like a James with his boring linen dress shirt and his suit pants and the vest. Fam, the man had brown hair combed to the side. I don't even know who you are, sir. He tried to explain, nervously motioning with his hands by flailing them around like a beheaded chicken. Yeah, he was definitely a James. I can't just hand out a dash. It'll be my head on the line if you mess it up somehow. Then give me an easy one, I said dryly. It's not like I'm asking for a mission to find the Holy Grail or something. He laughed nervously again. You're not Regis Dash. I wouldn't even know what would be Rye Dash. But you could give one to me, couldn't you? Pretty please with a cherry on top. That wasn't me. It was the resident horny whack job of the El Meloy classroom. Yvette L. Lehrman. She locked her hands together and wiggled in place, making weird eyes. The frills of her Lolita frock wiggled with her. I spoke my mind. The hell are you doing here? She spun my way with that overly flamboyant way of hers, making AV against her one eye with her fingers. Then, she smiled triumphantly like she'd done some big thing everyone was supposed to know about. I saw that stupid gorilla wasn't around, so I followed you here. You stalked me. She beamed. Yes, that's it. Do you think you're falling for my persistence? I just shook my head. I thought boys like that. It doesn't matter. I'll definitely win some brownie points with this contract. Ooh, do you think it'll be exciting? Mercenary work, I mean. I've never done this kind of thing before. Papa doesn't let me. But even he thinks your eyes might be worth something, so. Yay. Let's go. Holy yap. But, she'd make the job more amusing if nothing else. Her insane comments were also massive ego boosts, and I wasn't one to turn down free glazing. Gimme one with ghosts. Yes. As she harassed James, I quietly wondered just how in the world that little top hat resting on her pink hair even stayed in place with all the moving around she did. James folded immediately. With sweat on his brow, he stamped something on a paper and held it out to her. "It'll be your responsibility dash." We were gone before he finished his words, and I saw him sigh from the corner of my eye as we exited the hall. Yvette eyed the paper curiously but then scrunched it up and tossed it into a bin before I could utter a word. Shamelessly, she leapt onto me, locking elbows. Unfortunately, she didn't have much to press against me. See? I'm way better than Louviage Lita. Bah. That sounds like cope, I muttered. Beating her's going to be hard with how cultured she is. She's always liked those things for commoners. Yvette accepted with a nod. But she's fat and gorilla-ish. Surely you prefer a nicer girl. You're really not making this any better for yourself by insulting her. True. True. Let's forget about her and have an adventure. First, to calls. We found Calls sitting at a local cafe, fiddling with a sleek black laptop. Occasionally, he took a sip from the steaming cup of tea lying beside him. He looked like one of those serious, detached protagonists with the way he was sitting by his lonesome under the shade of a see-through parasol. About half a dozen books were stacked on the other side. Hey, Calls. Let that boring laptop be for a bit and help us out. According to Yvette, he was big on tech, and subsequently, good at gathering all sorts of information if prompted. For a magus, Calls looked rather normal. His light brown hair fell just to his ears, and he wore a pair of glasses, not like mine. His were the sort that were for vision, with a thick black frame. He wore a simple white shirt over loose navy jeans. When he saw me, he gave me a sympathetic look, cocking his head towards Yvette. "I wasn't expecting to see you here." He started politely, "But, I know you wouldn't come for me if you didn't have something you wanted. Can't I just come see a friend? Why do you assume I have a hidden agenda?" Yvette pouted, puffing her cheeks and leaning close to him to the point where he raised his hands in surrender and leaned his chair back. "Hey Calls, thanks for playing along with my sister." I took the chair across from him. "Hope she didn't bother you too much." He smiled at that. "No problem. She's adorable." "Right." He nodded again. "You have a sister and you didn't tell me." Yvette gasped dramatically, a hand over her heart. She put the other over her forehead and tipped back on her heels. "My heart can't handle this betrayal." I deadpanned. "I don't know you, lady." Magi appeared to be quite the eccentric bunch, with no care for how they were perceived. The few customers around us were starting to take notice, but Yvette didn't seem to care for that at all. It was almost as if she was into being a wacko and bothering others. Wait, that could actually be the case. That's an easily fixed problem, silly. She straightened up and gave a small salute. "I'm the adorable Yvette L. Lerman. My family is the leading authority about the research into mystic eyes. We can make artificial ones too. And I have successfully tinkered with my brain to be able to switch out multiple ones." "So you tinkered with your brain?" "Yes." She nodded excitedly. "Oh wow. What a surprise." Calls turned his head to the side and let out a snort. Yvette completely ignored his little outburst and raised the eye patch covering her right eye to reveal a violet gemstone. "Iolite," I recalled. "This is how I know you have potent eyes behind those mystic eye killers." Well, this explained her fixation on the genes. It was par for the course for these psychos to do completely outrageous things to get their hands on the object of their research, and mine were a mighty fine pair of eyes, if I did say so myself. But, this also meant there was a decent chance I'd wake up missing organs or some such if we ever shaboinked. "Oh please, I won't take your eyes that way. Our babies can have them." My eyes widened. Calls physically recoiled. Then, as though he was fed up, he cleared his throat and gently knocked his fist against the table before fixing his glasses like a typical smart character. "What did you both want from me again?" "Oh yes, I need you to look into this manse just outside the city. Apparently, it's haunted or something." "That place isn't haunted." Calls answered like a Redditor getting ready to type out a 6-page essay about some piece of obscure lore nobody gave a flying shit about. It's a workshop of some recently deceased count. I heard the defensive mechanisms kicked in and killed the heir too when he moved in. Well, it might be haunted too now that I think on it. This might be a bit dangerous for you. Make sure you have all you'll need for the cleansing ritual if you plan on clearing it out. Maybe take a necromancer along. One word came to my mind after hearing him. Nerd. But I kept quiet, I wasn't that big a dick. Unfortunately, my silence didn't extend to Yvette. You're a real nerd, aren't you, Calls? You asked. He said indignantly, pursing his lips right after. Chapter 14. The first thing I noticed when we arrived at our destination was that the place looked dilapidated and abandoned. The sort of place you'd look at once and decide to avoid forever for fear of it being either haunted, or more likely, a crack house, which was arguably worse depending on where you were. It was a 2-story mansion, built in the old-fashioned way with high pillars connected to a sloped roof lined with tall trees, except vines coiled around the pillars too from lack of management. The windows were cracked but the security bars were still intact, and thickets of bramble possessively covered the walls. Weather and time had washed away the paints, and ivy sprouted through the cracks in the structure. I was confident I could run headfirst at any point in the wall and it would collapse under my weight. A thin brick wall enclosed the compound, and the only entrance was a rusted gate that kept creaking with the wind. It'd probably give me some disease if I touched it. It needs a bit of a touch-up but I think someone could live here. Yvette poked her chin. I wasn't so inclined to agree. To either side of us was empty countryside, and the city was a distant dream on the horizon. Countryside meant copious amounts of bugs. I would rather not wake up with a spider in my pants. Opening my phone revealed that cell service quality was pretty dubious too. I can see Sven liking this place, I said, considering my options. Ooh, definitely. Broody and away from people, he'd love it. The job's details were that the self-defense mechanisms of the workshop had gone haywire and killed the owner as well as his heir. After that, everyone else decided that it just wasn't worth the resources and no other magus outside the family could stake a claim on the property. The payment was also modest, but modest meant a lot if you were dead broke like I was at the moment. Unceremoniously, I walked up to the gate and kicked it. The kick tore it off at the hinges and sent it flying into a crumbling fountain. The moment we stepped past the property's threshold the air shifted. It felt different somehow, but I couldn't place just what it was. Yvette seemed to notice too. She squirmed uncomfortably and let her one eye wander. I just realized, it shouldn't look like this at all. She murmured. Not this old. Her words clicked instantly. Yeah. The incident couldn't be old enough to cause this level of decay to the estate. Certainly, we'd stepped past some kind of bounded field and its exact mechanisms would be easy enough to decipher once I removed my aviators. Still, it left one to wonder just what exactly had transpired here. Shadows crept in the corner of my eyes, disappearing when I turned to face them. The wind from earlier had come to an abrupt still and the chirping of birds was fully gone. It was incredibly ominous and that was so terribly exciting. Reinforcing my fists, I whirled around to find that the gate I'd kicked over was back in place. The damage to the fountain it caused was gone as well. When I tried to push it open again, it refused to budge even under the strength of a not-so-insignificant reinforcement spell. I even inserted chaos which I knew to disturb bounded fields for a certainty, but it simply fixed itself faster than I could ever hope to move. A temporal dislocation is out of the question. No one should be able to do that. Yvette said again, trying to parse the situation. I wouldn't be so sure. I'd watched Fate/Zero and could most definitely recall a magus whose whole shtick had to do with speeding up or slowing down time, albeit at a smaller level. But it was completely improbable that he had a role to play here, in this backwater place. What else, then? I removed my glasses and cast another glance at our surroundings. Much like Gerdoa's workshop, mana coursed through every inch of the place, supplied by something under the ground that I couldn't see. My eyes didn't exactly give me X-ray vision. The bounded field all over the estate did exactly what I presumed. A repulsion spell to drive away lesser minds, and one that made time flow faster inside. It was absurd and raised a few alarms. The bounded field didn't explain how the gate fixed itself, or why I wasn't able to push it open. There was no extra spell on it. Well, let's dive deeper, I guess. I shrugged my hands. No point in standing around. Yvette nodded, closing the distance between us slightly. Curious and somewhat off-put, we rounded the path around the crumbling fountain. I saw a veranda where the wood had rotted and collapsed onto itself. Still, there was nothing to be found there, so we pressed on. The next change happened when we entered the mansion itself. The entrance was grand, as expected of rich folk. 2 rounding stairways led to the upper floor with dark double doors at their feet. There were 2 more, smaller doors on either side of us as well. And one under the right staircase. A massive chandelier hung loose from 3 thick wire, leaning on one side. The shift in the air was subtle this time, but carried with it a distant ever-present from like the pulse of a living creature. Something growled and Yvette leapt to the side with a squeak, practically ripping off her eye patch. Like a fucking Uchiha, she pulled the eyelite gemstone from her eye with her bare fingers and shoved a ruby, from her pocket, into the empty socket, smiling all the way. This girl was creepy as shit sometimes, honestly. My mind didn't linger on her for long though. Some disgusting black sludge dripped onto my shoulder, marring my cardigan. Admittedly, I shivered and jumped away long before I ever looked up and found the whole ceiling boiling with the rotting stuff. Before I could even comment, Yvette tugged on my shirt, pointing at something. I followed her gaze without a word. There was some sort of shadow walking down the stairs, or well, it had been walking. Now, it was looking at us with 2 beady red eyes that seemed to gleam in the dim lighting. A thin line formed under the eyes, then curved into a jagged smile of sorts before it screeched. All hell broke loose then. The doors swung open with a loud thud and dozens of similar spirits came screeching down the hallways. They didn't seem like Gerdoa's phantasmal familiars, no, they felt more real in a way. More grounded. And much more sinister. Those had been animals. These were more deliberate. I couldn't help but recall Waver's lesson on the reinforcement spell as they rushed at us with hands that were too big. It did what it said, but what it also did was tack on a metaphysical weight to the object under it at the higher levels. This metaphysical weight allowed said object to then interact with things of similar nature, aka, spirits. I hoped it would work as I ripped off a bar from the window behind me, reinforcing it to the utmost, far beyond what even Luviage had shown me. With my asshole puckered and my lips pressed, I stepped forward in front of Yvette and smashed the first spirit that came near across its cheek. The creature howled and dissipated into the air. I changed the direction of the bar mid-swing and brought it back, blowing through another. Fucking bitch. Unfortunately, I couldn't stop the third from dragging its hand across my chest. I backed off quickly enough, but the glancing blow tore my clothes and left a small gash on my tits like some kind of angry raccoon. Warm blood trickled down across my belly, and the cuts burned something nasty. Burn. A fourth would have gotten me too, if not for Yvette glaring at them and setting almost half a dozen aflame almost immediately. Her ruby eye shimmered as more and more caught fire and I was forced to realize the difference between generations of research and 2 weeks. Yeah, I didn't feel all that bad about being outdone considering that particular bit of context. Still, there were hordes of the damn things. They showed no real sign of slowing down either. It was time to make like Joestar and run the fuck out a dash, make a bit of tactical retreat. Grabbing Yvette's arm, I channeled Gerdoa's spells. The lightning stored under my eye came dancing down my shoulder before I willed it to the tip of my 2 fingers. It shot forth, but not at the spirits or whatever the hell they were. No, it arched out and struck the massive chandelier hanging loose, specifically, the wires. The chandelier came tumbling through the air, momentarily halting the onslaught. I didn't wait to see if it did any actual damage and ran away with Yvette in tow. I rushed through the door to the right and slammed it shut behind me. They didn't follow, and that would have to be enough. Just as a precaution, however, I cast a lightning barrier on the doorway. That was exciting. I whispered to myself. It really was. This is turning out to be quite the adventure. Admittedly, I didn't expect her to agree, but I should have. She was a total wacko. The girl held her dainty fingers to my injuries. She stopped just shy of actually making contact and gave a pitiful look. This is not very fun, though. I'm sorry for dragging you into something like this. Her words were earnest, and her eyes avoided mine. Maybe you'd not be hurt if I didn't insist on following you. I craned my neck, scratching the back of it. I really wasn't good at this sappy stuff, as William or Henry. I tended to avoid it like the plague. All I could offer her was an unapologetic grin and a hand that ruffled her hair. Well, if you didn't burn a bunch of those things, maybe I'd be worse off. Besides, your crazy shit kind of mellows out just how dreary this place is. She mumbled something inaudible, looking around bashfully before she gave me a big smile. Yeah. I'm definitely a blessing. Okay, let's not go that far. But you said you like me being around. Most people don't find me as endearing as I am, you see. I sighed. I definitely see. Hopefully, this wasn't going to be some weird attachment BS. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. What was that spell you used back there? We walked down a rotting corridor, eyes moving from door to fallen door just in case those things decided to come back out of nowhere. I'd have discarded my mystic eye killers entirely if not for their strain in such a mana-rich environment. It was unfortunate, but I couldn't really complain. Yvette feigned a dramatic gasp. You don't ask a lady her secret so bluntly, you know. But, since it's you, I'll tell. She put a finger against her ruby eye. This is what is known as an artificial mystic eye. I told you before, my family specializes in making them. Like other mystic eyes, these are single-action spells too. Why? Are you enthralled? She reached into the pocket of her Lolita frock and pulled half a dozen more gemstones of all colors. Then, calm and playful as ever, she suggested something completely outrageous. I have a lot of them. You want one? But you'll have to give me an eye too. I'd rather not. Shucks. She deflated, arms hanging limp. But, suddenly piped back up. Now that I've told you what mine do, you share too. I couldn't help but narrow my eyes at that. Not even Luviagelita knew the precise details of that. Nobody did, except Professor Waver of course, and I was inclined to heed his advice regarding this. So, as naturally as I breathed. They help me process information faster. I lied. She tilted her head at that. So it's basically like that one spell alchemists use. I see how that could be useful. Then, she picked up a blue stone and twirled it in her fingers. Coincidentally, this is iolite. You want to know what it does? Eyeing the wall like it's slowly rotting wood was the most interesting thing in the world, I sighed. Sure. It lets me detect and sense magical energy. To a degree, it lets me see it. She dropped that bomb in the sweetest voice possible. I was using this when you first came to class. I was so startled. Well, I was also watering at the mouth, but those are small details. Bitch. I snorted dryly. She'd caught the lie long before my stupid ass even spouted it. But, I didn't feel too bad. There was no way for me to have seen this coming. Except, she was from a family obsessed with this type of stuff. The modus operandi of a typical magus didn't inspire much confidence. For a moment, I considered blowing her head off right there. Yua, don't give me that scary look, I'll get wee dash. She squirmed with her hands locked together. But, I don't blame you. I am a spy sent by Lord Meluisti after all, for the El Meloy classroom. My lord was quite interested, now he's even more interested because of how much interest those filthy Democrats are taking in you. We came up against another set of double doors just as she finished her words. 2 display cases stood on either side. In one, there was a life-size depiction of an angel holding balanced scales in one hand and a flaming sword in the other. The gray stone was cracked and worn like much of the mansion, and a glance revealed there was nothing special about the statue. The display case opposite it was simply missing. The dais was cracked and splotched with that disgusting goo from before all over. What the hell is this Dark Souls bullshit? I couldn't help but speak my mind. For a moment, I even forgot about the stuff Yvette was spouting earlier. Cautiously, I reinforced my fists, and my chest, just in case. Be not afraid. I jumped, then realized it was Yvette and almost clocked her. The one-eyed witch giggled into her palm. I closed. We'll talk about the foreboding stuff you were saying when we're out of here. For now, I'll have your back, you have mine. Sir, yes, sir. She saluted excitedly. Might I interest you in the word of our Lord? Shut. Yvette giggled more. Evidently, she didn't think much of the situation despite the fact those shades alone would have overwhelmed us. If we followed a typical plot, then what awaited behind these doors would be far worse. Taking a deep breath, I steeled myself and put my hands against the wood. It was itchy, chafed and crumbled slightly when touched. With a push, the doors creaked open, one even fell. What I saw inside was both ideal and ominous. It was an empty hall. There was a raised circular platform right in the center under a skylight designed to cast the shadow of 6 unfurled wings on a tiled floor that shared the pattern in black stone. There were 11 pillars surrounding us, 2 on one side, 7 on another, then the last 2 at the front and the back, 1 each. They held up a second floor lined with rows and rows of dusty shelves stuffed with thick tomes. Each of the 11 pillars bore an odd symbol in a language I couldn't place. I raised my aviators and only saw lingering mana on the verge of fading completely, nothing that spelt active. Cautiously, I stepped to the central platform and saw a pressure plate. This is a fucking boss room. I shouted indignantly. Yvette strolled into the hall, humming. Stop saying silly things. This is why Louviage is better than you. I shot back. She definitely would have gotten that reference. I was willing to bet good money on that fact. Yvette grumbled harmlessly, eyeing the rest of the hall with a strange glint in her eye. There was a ritual here. Quite the astute observation, my dear Watson. Hee hee. I try. She shamelessly scratched the back of her head. Anyway, you remember the professor's lesson on how being widely believed stabilizes mysteries, right? I nodded my head. Grinning, she spun around. Well, what's one of the greatest mysteries alive in the 21st century? Ah. Yes, my dear Sherlock. It is Christianity. The Holy Word. We Magi have little use for such things as religion, but the power of belief is undeniable. So, expectedly, stuff like this is pretty trendy among Magi now. It does carry a lot of power. I glanced back at the hall, the wings, the 11 pillars, and then back at the pressure plate in front of me. So, he tried to make a miracle. I realized. The greatest of blasphemies. But, nothing for a magus. She echoed. That still doesn't explain what went wrong here though. With a smirk, Yvette put a hand on her hips and pointed the other at the words engraved all over the balcony railings. That's Hebrew. It says Gabriel. Gabriel. I murmured. 6 wings. Archangel. 2 pillars to denote his rank. 11 to denote his number, in a roundabout way. I don't get the 7 though. She hummed, head tilted. Honestly, having to think this hard was not why I signed up for this. But, there was no active spell here, so my eyes were effectively useless for deciphering this. With no other option left, I racked my brain for the countless hours spent trolling people on the internet, searching up the most useless of bits and pieces about literally everything. Thousands of Reddit threads flashed in my mind. 1,000 pictures of gore. 1,000,000 rage baits. Don't think too hard, you'll hurt your head. Fuck you. Finally, after a good few minutes of thought, I came up on it. From an argument I read between 2 extremist religious nutjobs on Reddit. Gabriel can denote passage. The unfolding of God's plans. The end of an era and the beginning of another. That would explain the time dilation in place. It was still well within the realm of Magecraft because it was realistically possible to make something age faster within an engineered environment. Yvette clapped her hands, cheering. I narrowed my eyes and continued, so, he tried to invoke the miracle of an archangel for passage. Passage 2. Suddenly, it clicked. Yvette realized it too by the way her eye lit up. The root. The end goal of all Magi research, a passage to the root, the literal root of all creation. It seemed like a stupid goal if you thought about how it ripped everyone to shit if interacted with, but I wasn't going to kink shame. What went wrong then? I murmured. Well, I doubt doing something like that was easy, and it wasn't guaranteed to work either. I eyed the writing on the rails again, raising my aviators, and immediately noticed that half the circle was written literally in reverse. So, it was really blasphemy. The very essence of black magic. Distorting the power of the holy word. What was the opposite of an angel? A demon. A demon. Yvette followed. Resolving myself, I stepped on the pressure plate. Flames swirled around my arms, ready to shoot out at a moment's notice, and lightning danced on my fingertips. That proved to be unnecessary. All the pressure plate did was make some gears move under the floor. Then, rusted cages with thick bars rose from the tiled floor, each one directly in front of a pillar. Inside them, decaying corpses that didn't distinctly lack the pungent stench that should have been there. Bony fingers gripped at the rusted iron, as if trying to break free. Honestly, this was way more ominous than whatever the fuck Gordoa was up to. Those are adults, Yvette noted, stumbling back just a bit. She quickly reoriented herself and put up a strong front, or well tried to. I could tell she was somewhat startled. A sacrifice ritual then. Both of us knew full well that it being a sacrifice-based ritual did not explain in any way how it went wrong. Or, if it even worked to begin with. This place was clearly mingling with greater forces no lone magus should have been capable of interacting with to begin with. Maybe we'll find the explanation in one of the books up there. Yvette pointed a thumb at the second floor. Honestly, I was inclined to agree, even if it would be the most boring thing ever. With a groan, I started making my way over to the stairs leading up. Kay, found it. Here's his research journal. What the fuck? What the fuck? It was just lying on the floor near the stairs. I mean, it's pretty obvious he wasn't planning for this considering he, died. Most magi keep one. Quietly, I accepted the circumstances and took it from her hands, careful so as not to damage it. The pale cover had withered away and almost broke when I turned the first page. With even more care, I scanned the pages, turning them over as Yvette wandered down the stairs, back to my side. Our suspicions were mostly confirmed. He spoke about the zodiac Cancer in a side note, but I didn't have the information to decipher the correlation. The answer towards the ritual going haywire came next, and I did not like it one bit. He got his hands on some church research, somehow. I shared. Yvette perked up immediately but came no closer, waiting for me to speed along. Those people. He tampered with them mentally and tortured them to make them experience intense desires that he engineered. In this mana-rich environment, propped up by half a dozen mana batteries underground, that gave birth to something. Something that apparently typically came into being based on the desires of humans. He engineered a demon, then tried to assign it the nature of Gabriel's miracle of passage by nature of birth. I inhaled deeply. So, the demon was supposed to carry him to the root, or open a path. Suddenly, all the pieces clicked. Holy shit, could humans be stupid? It was stupid to think that something like that could be controlled. To invoke Gabriel with it was just straight asking to get fucked raw by horse dick. The demon born from his captives, instead of passage, latched onto the end of eras, or rather, the passage of time. With nothing else to know, it sped up everything in its area of influence dash. Oh well, shit. We were in a fucking domain expansion. I turned to Yvette. We need to Leah dash. My words caught in my throat. Why would that happen, you wonder? Well, I knew now why that second statue was missing. Behind Yvette stood a sullen statue, made out of white stone and with not a singular stain on it, nor crack. A young man in a flowing robe. Except, its eyes were pitch black. The massive wings behind it shimmered, but its body stood still. Well, that was until its head tilted abnormally to the side, and black goo spilled from its open mouth. Bruh dash. Yvette, darling, don't move. Yvette looked at me with a teary eye. Why do you think I've been quiet all this time? She cried in a whisper. Chapter 16, Chapter 16. Waver took a deep whiff from his cigar, lying against the armrest of his stained sofa with brows furrowed. Gray stood in a corner of the room, hooded as ever, trying to make herself as small as possible as she stacked the books strewn about his messy apartment into neat piles. He didn't blame her. He too wished to dig up a grave or something and bury himself alive if it meant avoiding the demon sitting across from him. No, to say it was a demon in the form of an angel would be more appropriate. Rhaenys El Meloy Arcasort. His so-called little sister. The leader of the extended El Meloy family. The person responsible for unilaterally shoving the title of El Meloy to, she'd called it adoption, on him after the death of his teacher, Kenneth El Meloy Archibald in the previous Holy Grail War. The title brought more trouble than it was worth. She knew it. He knew it. Their rivals had stripped them of everything following the death of Kenneth, and all that Waver obtained from the prestigious title was an astronomical debt, and well the title itself. As ever, her pale doll-like skin was without blemish, her brilliant golden hair seemed to shimmer, and her fiery eyes still burned with ambition and determination that would give any pause. With lithe fingers, she sipped tea from a porcelain cup, wearing her thin, ever-amused smile unbefitting one who looked so young and frail. Yes, she seemed perfect indeed. But Waver knew well that she would drive him mad the moment she finished with her tea. He took another whiff, afraid to speak, and cast a glance at Gray. His apprentice had finished stacking her books. Now, she was stealing shy looks at Trimo, the silver-skinned inhuman maid standing behind Rhaenys with eyes closed. He knew that creature could kill him before he could even blink. It was, after all, the leading design in the field of automata, designed by Rhaenys from Cainatha's leftover research. Finally, accepting his fate, Waver spoke cautiously. How can I help you today, my lady? We're finally talking, are we? Rhaenys tilted her head just so slightly, holding her cup to the side. Then, she took another slow sip before finally putting it down on the tray. Of course, she deliberately made him wait. Some power play, no doubt. It did make him feel inadequate. She gave him a ridiculing smile. Well, it's nothing. A little bird told me my dearest elder brother had employed a disciple, on his own dime. Why, I wasn't aware you had that kind of money just lying around. I pay him from my wages. She made the motion of spilling sand from her empty palm. So, not only do you seek to empty a desert handful by handful, you also want to be stingy with the handful. Waver didn't have the words to refute her. It was true that he'd tacked on a downright ridiculous debt to acquire the capital necessary for taking hold of the department of modern Magecraft. Still, if asked, he'd never say he regretted taking on his mentor's legacy. He owed him that much. He measured his words. I believe him to be worth the trouble. Oh. She smiled. He must be quite the person for you to feel so strongly. If what I know is the actual truth. Then, yes. Waver put his hands on his knees. Rhaenys seemed to consider something a moment. She pursed her lips together and fixed her hat. If you're not willing to explain, then it really must be quite something. Quite brave, dearest elder brother. My lady, if you were to replace me with him, he could no doubt rebuild your legacy in a week dash, no, a day even. His placation wasn't enough. Waver shivered when Rhaenys smiled. He knew that smile. That sweet smile that promised a world of headaches. The worst part was, she genuinely enjoyed it too. Always. Rhaenys ignored him. She held a hand out to Trimo instead. The automaton maid with bubbling silver hair passed her a sealed envelope. Wordlessly, Rhaenys ripped it open and tossed the contents onto the low table between them. It was Henry, with Luviajlita Edelfelt of all people. That fierce magus from Finland. If he were to face her, not even Grey could save him. Can I inquire as to how those hyenas sniffed him out? What is the Edelfelt head doing with your disciple? Even I cannot believe that you would let something slip to her that you would not even share with your cute little sister. Waver shook his head. He didn't know. In fact, it was Lord Valualetta who'd initially shoved Henry on him long before Waver even knew of his particular disposition. The youth wasn't the type to be open with his abilities either, so how? I don't know. He confessed. It was Lord Inorai who made me take him in my class. The extent of what they know is beyond me. Rhaenys bit her finger, brows furrowed ever so slightly. That lord, huh? She's always been troublesome, doing whatever she wants. Somehow, she didn't see the irony in those words. Waver didn't have the guts to point it out. Then that Edelfelt girl is playing the lure, trying to take him to their side. Waver put the cigar to his lips. I wouldn't worry about that, my lady. Why do you think that, pray tell? It's just a feeling. Might I know the reason for this confidence? Faced with her real question, and the reason she was likely here to begin with, Waver exhaled a small cloud of smoke and spoke his mind. There was no point in hiding from Rhaenys. I would not be so presumptuous as to say that he can change the whole world. But I believe that he is the beginning of a new era in our world. It was ironic, and hilarious too. A ritual invoking Gabriel's miracle, giving birth to a demon sharing the archangel's visage. But I didn't have that luxury right now, or the luxury for jokes. It was time locking lest I get a train ran on me. Small bolts of azure flame shot at the demon, leaving a smoldering trail. They carried the velocity of a bullet and the explosive force of an artillery round. It wasn't enough. I didn't need to look to know that. I moved with them, reinforcing my legs as best I could. But the metaphysical weight wasn't a weapon. I lunged at Yvette instead, sling her over my shoulder before turning heel and running the fuck away. I didn't know how demons worked in Fate. But I knew we were in a domain expansion, and that damn thing carried the name of an archangel. With how mystery was structured, the name alone spelt death for both of us. My blood rushed, and my heart drummed against my chest. This was the most exciting thing I had ever experienced. But I wasn't even halfway down the main corridor when I took a turn and found that thing staring at us. A malformed grin split its stony lips, reaching its ears. The pale wings shimmered again. Why'd we stop? Fine, fucker. I didn't take the right path. I held Yvette close and reinforced my arms, turning to the wall. With a heave, the rotting walls gave way. I blew through them like motherfucking juggernaut, halting only when I rushed into the collapsed veranda overlooking a rotted garden littered with dead flowers and trees. Burn that shit to the ground. Yes, sir. Yvette glared at the building, and the distinct smell of burning wood reached my nostrils along with a liquoring heat. I stole a glance backward, and found a great fire slowly crawling over the mansion, blanketing it. But again, in the second I took to glance back, that thing was in front of me again. You're one creepy motherfucker, aren't you? I didn't know what happened next. The soil under gave away, sucking in my leg. I ripped it free without ceremony and let Yvette go. The demon just stood there. Why was it just waiting and not actually doing anything? Suddenly, it rasped in garbled words that confused me even more. The soil suddenly became liquid. It took the shape of a spike and shot forth. I barely managed to throw Yvette aside before it pierced right through my shoulder, lifting me with it. With a grunt, I brought down my elbow and snapped the strange solid in two. There was no Magecraft involved in whatever happened. The angel had spoken and the world around us answered it. Right, domain expansion. Its grin stretched further. I swung my hand and shot a flurry of flames at it, faster, deadlier than before. They died and sputtered out long before they ever neared it, fading away. This time the air was abruptly sucked from my lungs. All while Gabriel just stood there. The ground became searing hot, and liquid again. My soles melted away before I realized it, and I ran when I felt the heat on my feet. How the fuck are we supposed to beat this? It dawned on me that I'd bit off a bit more than I could chew realistically. But well, I didn't feel bad. In fact, I'd win. Yvette, this is a domain expansion dash. I ducked under a stream of flames. I still don't know what that means. She shouted back, worriedly. Gabriel's wings shimmered. It still didn't move. This time I was struck by nothing but raw force, or something invisible with enough momentum to toss me like a sack so hard I got dragged against the soil like a third-rate seasonal villain. My back burned. I hissed. What? I mean is. This is that thing's world. Doesn't that mean we're screwed? Nah. Buy me some time. Do you know a church sacrament? That's the only thing that can get rid of a demon. I was feeling like him. All the pain was making me feel excited. The rushing adrenaline. Oh, boy. Henry was cautious. William was downright suicidal in his search for excitement. I channeled my inner American this time. If this was that thing's world, then I was going to make it mine. A question. I addressed the angel. Is there oil here? It was Yvette who answered. It can definitely make oil if its ability is to make things age faster. Suddenly, I heard the call of an eagle. The spirits of my ancestors. It was time to take some indigenous land from its real owners. If it was making this world through some kind of spell, no, through mana, all I had to do was reverse engineer that, but that meant rewriting the very fabric this domain was woven on. I can do it. I'm not a combatant so, I don't know how long I can do this for. That'll be enough. I needed seconds to process everything. Then seconds to re-engineer it. Yvette glared at the grinning creature. Flames began to sprout on its form as I pushed my brain and eyes to their utmost. Bit by bit, character by character, I processed this field within which this thing was God. It was woven in foreign script, but that didn't mean I couldn't decipher those letters. It didn't mean I couldn't flip them on their heads. Those precious seconds cost Yvette. When next I looked her way, Gabriel had pushed a finger through her ruby eye, blood rolled down her eye, but the girl didn't so much as squeak. She only grinned at the monstrous figure seconds away from ending her life. But they were enough. With a massive grin, I addressed the angel who heralded the end of eras and the beginning. Oi, Gabriel. It turned my way. That was the first time I'd seen it move. I realized then it was toying with us. But it was too late now. It had fucked up. You're not needed, cunt. I shouted indignantly, readying the spells I'd torn from its world. The opposite of evil and blasphemy. The light of Scripture. Only a cheap knockoff considering I'd engineered it by reversing a demon's existence, but I prayed it'd be enough. The world doesn't need you to herald the end of this era. You're obsolete. It screeched, like it understood my words. I knew it didn't, it couldn't. My words were grander than necessary. This bitch would definitely get fucked by the church if I hadn't come along to end it first. With a shit-eating grin, I pointed a thumb at my chest. God already made me. With a snap of my fingers, the domain was reversed. Light exploded. Instead of moving forward, everything moved back. But no, this wasn't so great as reversing time. It was simply ending the effects of what the demon had done. When the light faded away, the estate was still dead, but the demon was gone. I'd simply reversed what it had forwarded. But I didn't kill it. I couldn't kill it. The means were beyond me. This wasn't time manipulation. Instead of the manse, I isolated my spell to the demon alone. It was still in that mansion. Waiting. And probably, mad as hell. Mine was a mere imitation in a controlled environment. Something science could already do, just not so freely. Instead of the manse, I isolated my spell to the demon alone. It was still in that mansion. Waiting. And probably, mad as hell. I couldn't either. The simple act sapped away all the mana in the atmosphere, and the OD I held in my magic circuits as well. My head spun, my feet lost their strength, and I stumbled down to my ass. But it was enough. I'd won. God, I fucking love this world. Chapter 17. When next I came to, my head was resting on something soft, and I had a clear unobstructed view of the moody grey London sky. It looked as though it would start raining again at a moment's notice. My throat felt dry, like I hadn't had anything to drink the whole day, and a quick mental once-over revealed that my magic circuits felt somewhat singed. I didn't know that was even a possibility. But, well, it stood to reason. I'd deciphered a domain expansion, rewritten it in terms of Magecraft, then reversed it into another spell, all in the span of seconds, with a demon raining down hell all the way. Hell. At the same time, it also made me feel somewhat inadequate. That thing, Gabriel, was influencing a whole part of the world. I'd burnt myself out to the point of passing out, isolating what it did to a singular creature. My thoughts were interrupted when a certain someone obstructed my view. Or rather, a certain someone's head. Yvette beamed down at me, and I felt her hands on either side of my head. One of her eyes was marred by dried blood that spilled down to her cheek. It also had a shattered ruby inside it, or rather, crumbling bits and pieces of it. Honestly, I felt pretty bad. That was my fault. Yvette had entertained my whims and gotten pretty roughed up for it. "How are you feeling, Hal?" If she was shaken, she didn't let it show, and I supposed she deserved the closeness of a nickname after putting her neck on the line like that. Or hey, you feeling old? Old. She seemed to notice the confusion on my face. You didn't expect it to not try something, right? That'd be stupid. I'm pretty sure if you were a bit slower with what you did, it'd have made you an old man. I think. Or a skeleton, maybe. Hey, now that I think about it. That seems more its style. The time dilation thing. My eyes widened. I shot up and ran over to a puddle by the road. You should thank me for dragging you outside. She put her hands on her hips and puffed out her non-existent chest, still sitting on the pavement. And, for the lap pillow too. You cold man. Is this how our marriage is going to be like? What would the children think? I ignored her antics, staring at my reflection instead. My hair was longer, down to my neck, and I had something of a beard too. Gay. I raised my hand to look at them and saw that my nails had grown out of proportion and that Henry's brokey coat was even more shabbier than before. Boil it down and I could confidently declare I looked like a homeless man that may or may not be a crackhead. But, I didn't look like I'd aged all that much. Yvette giggled again. I didn't think boys were so attentive about these things. Bitch, don't hate me 'cause I'm beautiful. I quipped back thoughtlessly, running a hand through my hair. I could do something with this, maybe tie it half up in a man bun and go full pre-JJK Hitler-era ghetto or something, without those zesty-looking earrings of course. I put a hand on my chin and earnestly considered the thought. Done with deliberations, I decided, he just made me look more fabulous. You would have looked about as fabulous as Patchery if that thing was smart enough to realize you could actually do something to it. Yvette snorted into her hand. Evidently, it was some inside joke. So, I killed it and shot the corpse. What's a Patchery? Ah. She threw her hands up in protest with a big pout. It's not funny if you start breaking it down. It's the mummy in the Louvre. The one in Paris. Sorry, I have a life outside looking at dead people all day. Just say you don't have the money. Mechanically, I turned my neck to eyeball the nutjob who'd just called me broke. She realized her great folly when I raised a clenched fist and started flailing her hands about in apology. Unfortunately for her, her fate was set in stone now. Ah, wait, no. My eyes damaged. Please. Mercy. I was forced to halt my righteous quest, responding to insults with violence like a man-baby, when the rusted iron doors of the mansion beside us creaked. That was when I realized we hadn't actually managed to accomplish anything. All I'd done was force Gabriel back inside momentarily. Just enough that we were able to get out with damage beyond what we'd already suffered. Another truth also became glaringly apparent. We couldn't do shit to it even if we wanted to. You're not thinking about going back in, are you? Yvette asked faintly. If I was some shonen MC then I'd probably spout some shit about not wanting it to hurt anyone else and attempt suicide via Archangel, but I wasn't. Ah, hell nah. It was time to cut my losses and tackle something more my league. The chances of finding said thing were dubious however, since this was supposed to be a simple haunting or a security system gone haywire type deal that ended with me facing something that invoked a miracle from Gabriel of all things. Yvette let out a relieved sigh. With a loud cough, she cleared her throat and pointed a finger at me. You're out of my league if you have those kind of spells. I'm gonna find out whose bastard you are one day, though. Bastard. What? Something told me that wasn't meant as an insult but instead that she very well thought I was the bastard child of some noble magus. That wasn't really out of the question either, what with old boy Henry's father being gone for milk. You know what? I'm not going to try to be your wife anymore. I should have been relieved but I felt insulted. I quickly pushed that part down and settled on relief. It meant I wouldn't have to worry about waking up with missing organs anymore. Then, she said something so utterly out of left field that even I was left reeling. This girl was hell-bent on giving me Gojo levels of self-confidence with the shit she so casually spouted. I'm going to be your concubine. Yvette declared with complete confidence, a finger pointed at my chest and a hand on her hips. She looked so proud of herself too. I opened my mouth to retort but she shamelessly cut me off. Unless you can pay me back for the ruby. Wait, no. I insisted on coming along. Forget I said that. Doesn't matter. The whole clock tower will know of your feelings for me by tomorrow. With a triumphant laugh, the crazy girl bolted off. I could do nothing except plop down on the roadside, put my head in my hands, and let out a loud groan. Damn magi wackos. Why was she so insistent to begin with? The eyes. She couldn't have been sure about what they did, until now, at least. Now, she definitely gleaned something important considering the subject of her family's obsessive research. Then, had she been messing around? Was she still messing around? Why did I need to think about all this political stuff? Man. I just wanted to have cool spells, fight awesome battles and fuck some bitch. I didn't even get to finish my thoughts before a sedan came barreling down the road. It did a braking drift and stopped right in front of me. The door flung open and the driver was, of course, Yvette. Get in. Get in. I saw someone from the church heading over. We need to be out of here yesterday. The semi-open conflict between the Catholic Church and the Mages Association was no secret. It was a brutal and bloody affair that was supposedly on hold after both sides incurred massive damages last time, but no one really believed that bullshit cover-up. I wordlessly jumped into the car, and my concubine floored it like a madwoman. Honestly, all she needed was a chainsaw and she'd click all the right buttons. As we drove past empty fields and weird passers-by, I couldn't help but ask, "How much is the ruby going to set you back?" "A couple hundred." She answered without pulling her eyes from the road. "Maybe a little over 8 considering I'd have to convert the ruby too." "A couple hundred what?" "You already know." That was some crazy-ass moan. "I'm just going to steal one of Luvia Gelida's dresses." She shrugged casually. "You could probably buy a small town with that." "Excuse me, one dress. MMM. That gorilla has very expensive tastes. Hadn't I burnt one of her dresses?" Chapter 18. It was a quiet morning on Slur. I sat on the balcony, idly sipping on a cup of sugary tea as I watched the students and pedestrians go about starting their day. Fools. They had no idea that a god among men was watching forget that. The London sky was moody as ever, and I could occasionally hear the faint clanking of the kitchen behind me. Past the leaning and tired buildings of Slur, I could discreetly make out the faux Big Ben, the clock tower, that lorded over all things supernatural, or at least claimed to. I wanted to question the nature of that particular claim after I handed in my report about the demon we'd encountered. The representative just threw his hands up and decreed that demons were the territory of the Catholic Church, so we could go fuck ourselves. He even skimped out on my pay and handed out a quarter because I'd apparently done nothing except scout it, which was true, but fuck that guy anyway. No, the stink bomb I'd thrown in before locking the door to his office was not enough. Daddy needed his green. I rubbed my chin, musing the whole, stealing others' work. Maybe after class. The pane door slid open, and I scrambled for my aviators, putting them on just in time for my mother to come floating out. With a hum, she put down a ceramic tray with bits of cake and a cup of coffee for herself. The woman completely ignored my presence up until she took a seat beside me and crossed one foot over the other like some kind of hoodlum gangster. Well, she may as well have been a real tough guy for raising 2 kids all on her own with none of the patheticness that often came with such criminal elements who were only tough until someone with a bigger dick came along. Calmly, Louise Smith sipped her coffee, then downed some of the cake and finished it off with another gulp, a bigger one this time. I could only quietly eye the wrinkles on my mother's face, the slight gaps in her tough act like her slightly slouched shoulders or her strained gaze. "How's that university?" she asked without looking my way. "Interesting if nothing else, can't say I don't appreciate the paycheck or the work hours either. It was certainly better compared to working the night shift at a library where there was a decent chance of getting shanked by roadmen while balancing studies and whatnot." "I'm sorry." "Don't be. I'm having fun, and is it really living life if it doesn't kick your shit in every once in a while? You need to keep some for yourself," she said, and her tone told me that I was better off not questioning her. I still did. "What makes you think I haven't already?" Well, I hadn't. But she didn't need to know that. She more than deserved all the green I'd been given for that demon. I could get more, and besides, with the sort of life I was leading now, there was no need for money beyond what I could eat. Not when I could learn magic, shit on assholes, and fight awesome creatures. She just sighed at my words before biting into her cake. "What about you? Did you find a better job, or are you still going to that old place?" Hers was a dead-end customer service job at some firm where the hours made no sense for the pay, but poor mooks like her had no choice but to work anyway. That was followed by another evening job working at a grocer's or something. Honestly, it pissed me off to even consider it. I didn't like that, and I was going to do something about it if it was the last thing I did. Today. My mother only offered me a tired smile. I shook my head and stood up. I have classes. Before you go. She stopped me midway, making me sit down with her hand on my shoulder. When were you going to tell me about those eyes? Everything came to a halt. The world seemed to go quiet for a singular moment, but then everything came rushing back in. All I could do was sigh and sink back into my chair. It was folly to think something this huge could escape a proper mother's eyes. What? Did you really think I wouldn't notice something was different about my boy? Contacts. I offered weakly, and got shut down with a motherly pout. Puberty. This time, Louise Smith crossed her arms. I dash. Optical illusion from the sunlight coming into contact with my eyes at a certain angle through the lens of these aviators. She turned to look at the gray sky, then back at me. I looked down, ashamed. For her own good, I couldn't spill the beans. Not when it came to this. Not with the sort of society that accompanied this particular bit of knowledge. I had no other excuse to give her either. Suddenly, I was hit with the realization that there had to be some kind of illusion spell. If there was, I needed to get my hands on it as soon as possible. Finally, she let out a sigh. Is it dangerous? Not really. Oh, it absolutely was. Her look told me she didn't believe my words at all, but she relented all the same. Slowly, she unfolded her arms and eased her narrowed eyes. I quietly considered leaping off the railing right there and then. It would be better than having the coming conversation. When you feel comfortable. I turned her away, astounded. What manner of mother was this? Oh, I love you so much, woman. I grabbed her by the arms and gave her a loud peck on the cheeks. Then, I bolted off before she could recover from the sudden display of affection from her normally aloof son. Slamming the door shut behind me, I ran past Flat and Calls discussing something. Somehow, I didn't see it coming that Flat would grab the poor nerd and bolt off after me, screeching like a demon unleashed from the very depths of hell. What are we running from? Your moth dash. Waver's lecture on age and mystery, belief-stabilizing mystery, and a simple projection spell that gave shape to an object based on the caster's mental image passed quickly enough. It was boring as hell past the spell part, and he had the gall to say it was an inconvenient spell too. Okay, maybe it was, what with the object requiring a complete understanding of it to make, as well as the fact that the world inherently rejected it like all spells. Actually, to any normal magus, it wasn't worth the trouble with the mana costs to maintain it. For me, however, I could get up to some nasty shit if I coupled it with structural analysis, the second spell Waver displayed. Demonstration number 1 being the reason I was currently sitting in a corner of the room away from all my classmates while Sven Glascheit looked at me like he wanted to tear open my throat. Why? Well, I'd projected a paper and lopped it at his head after crumpling it up. This was nothing. He shrugged it off. I followed up with a projected eraser. A small branch. A glass. Finally, when he refused to give me a reaction, a brick. Yes. Flat sat right beside me, by the way. He'd fallen over cackling when Sven launched himself across the class right at me, murder in his eyes. Professor Waver groaned and dragged his hand over his face, looking like he was done with life. Now I was resting my head on my palm with righteous protest on my lips. Death to the bourgeois. Waver facepalmed. What bourgeois? You're there because you attacked your classmate. In my defense, he was being a mangy cunt. I was just sitting there. And you threw a brick at me. A brick. Sven snarled. Calm down there, buddy boy, don't unleash your inner beast on me. You threw a chair first. That's true. I was there. Yvette jumped up, flailing about a hand. Yvette. Simmer down. Why are you even interfering? Waver shouted back. It is a concubine's dash. I did not consent to this. But you said you liked having me around. I put a hand on my chin, looking most profound, as though the spirit of a sage had suddenly come and possessed my sacred flesh. Wait, that's true. Finally, Waver blew his top. He let out a furious roar, he just groaned, and pointed a finger at the door, his crimson scarf snapping with the movement. Get out. I raised my hands in surrender and stood up. Without a word, I shuffled out of the classroom. But I would have the last laugh. Before I closed the door, I uttered some enlightened wisdom. There's 3 minutes left till class ends. It seemed my day would not go about as I'd planned, however. The moment I stepped into the corridor, a creature of the night greeted me, possibly intent on claiming my soul. "Oh hey, Luviage, haven't seen you in a bit. How many souls did you steal?" With not a word, the Edelfelt head, one of the brightest magi of our generation, stepped up to me and shoved me against the wall. Then, she slammed a hand on the wall behind me with a loud bang in a perfect cabotin. Shamelessly, I put my hands on my cheeks like a real man and... Kaya You little Luviage put a hand over my mouth. I licked it and seized the moment afforded to me by her reeling it in disgust. At that same moment, the class doors opened and students came piling out in a swarm. So, in the deep voice of a Londoner in his late teens, I shouted, "Help! She's wrapped." Chapter 19. Chapter 19. According to Yvette, Luviage Edelfelt, the Edelfelt princess, was most like her family in almost every aspect. A hyena looking for the next treasure to feed her greed with. That I was nothing but just another tool to her either. That she was a spy too, with far worse motives. It would make sense. That was how magi were supposed to be like. But, she'd never given me that kind of feeling. She was headstrong and somewhat vain but never really mean. In her own way, Luviage had shown nothing but concern. Maybe I was just being blind to the facts because of how beautiful she was, but really, I found Yvette's claim hard to believe. I did, however, know that the only reason she'd come into contact with me was as a favor to that old lord. Something I considered as Luviage tattled on, leading me through the overtly flamboyant corridors of the Department of Creation. Every magi I'd seen thus far looked completely nuts, like a bunch of folks from some anime convention or something. One even had 2 silver arms, another a third eye, and some wacko with a suit made to look like it was on fire. As I was saying, you must be on guard at all times. Be very measured with your words. You are about to meet one of the 12 lords. The glazing is insane as ever I see. I whistled idly, eyeing a woman with a big witch hat. Luviage gave me a sharp look, then tossed her blonde ringlets with a loud huff. There is no winning with you, is there? Take heed, Henry. These are not the kind of people you want to upset or even attract the attention of. Her losing interest is the best-case scenario for you. Don't you work for her? I mumbled confusedly. This advice was completely counterproductive for someone sent to keep an eye on me as a person of interest. It was like a hitman turning around and sabotaging their employer to save the person they were hired to kill. It made no sense. I rubbed my hands together, trying to make sense of her words. Please. I need not work for anyone. This was merely a favor for an ally. She stopped in front of a white door lined with gold. With a gentle push, it floated aside and Luviage backed away, gesturing at me to go inside. It was apparent she didn't intend to follow when she closed the door behind me. I could only shrug and take in the so-called office. Numerous paintings depicting truth and fiction hung from every wall, under them were dais holding up intricately carved marble figures of men and beasts. The carpet over the wooden floor was a bright green and the windows were closed shut, draped with green curtains. Right in front of them was a big wooden table, a couple of neatly stacked books lying on one side, and a granite tea set on the other. The room was deeply unsettling for some reason I couldn't place, but not nearly as unsettling as the person sitting behind the table. Been a while. I greeted. Inori Valualetta Atrahome looked no different than that time I'd seen her in the library. The green dress, the flowing robe, only her veil was missing and there was a tablet computer sitting in front of her. She eyed me neutrally, fingers steepled. Indeed, boy. A thin smile crossed her aged face. I hear you've been up to quite some trouble. Luviage tells me you're becoming an exceptional magus. I admit. I did not expect this level of growth. It makes me proud all the same. It was all I could do to not look suspicious. Yvette's words about Luviage being a spy rang in my head. Had she tattled? You've learnt the basics to a degree most frightening for those who believe merit lies with blood. She didn't move, but her smile widened. But of course, we are happy with your development. It is my belief that talent warrants respect, not blood. Frankly, that sounded like a load of bullshit. The way the world of magi was structured, there was no way to be exceptional without having an ancient lineage. That was how magic circuits and magic crests worked. An older lineage would always be more capable than some random mook who only just learnt Magecraft. Circuit quality was enhanced as it was passed down generations, and crests had more formulae put in them by each generation as well. I can tell you do not believe me. But, you stand there as a living affirmation of my stance. I shamelessly took a seat across from her, that's because I'm built different. Perhaps, tea. She didn't wait for my answer, and poured it in the cups before pushing one my way. Have you put any thought to what will happen should someone wish to adopt you into their family? That won't happen. She raised a brow at my denial. It will. I only hope you will make the right choice as to who it will be. All I could do in defiance was push back her cup of tea with a smile. What I do know is, I prefer someone who doesn't give me ultimatums. Fair. Misled, but fair. What do you think will happen when your circumstance becomes public? She offered with closed eyes, taking a sip from her cup. I grinned. Join us or we snitch, eh? Don't threaten me with a good time, lady. She was willfully unaware of the fact that when blackmailed, old boy William would deliberately join up with her ops just to spite her. If it came down to it, I'd sign up with the enforcers of the Department of Law under the aristocrats long before someone forced me into something. Maybe even throw in my lot with Yvette's PEOP dash. An idea popped in my head. Lord Melouisty has already made an offer. There was no change in her countenance, but I knew full well she'd not been expecting that. It was only half true too. Yvette had shared that she worked for someone called Melouisty. I didn't even know the dude's full name. I did however know that they were supposed to be on opposing sides. So you would rather join the fence-sitters than do something to help people in your own situation? Inurai finally opened her eyes. Every hair on my body stood on end, beads of sweat formed on my brow, and it was all I could do to stop myself from trembling in front of her. What I felt now made that demon I'd encountered seem like a toddler with a balloon. What the fuck was going on? There was no spell at play here. I do not believe you would be so unwise. As suddenly as it came, the oppression and dread was gone. How do you know? I still blabbered. 77 magic circuits of considerable quality, mostly centered around your eyes. You've learned what would take beginners a year in what barely amounts to half a month. That necessitates a functioning mind at the very least. You would have the most advantage with us if this information sees the light of day. Others would have you a stallion to rejuvenate stagnating bloodlines. I could kiss Luviagelita right now. She'd given away absolutely fucking nothing of importance to her own boss, for some reason. Even the number of magic circuits was completely wrong, and most importantly, she'd said nothing about the nature of my eyes. A fact that would have definitely put my life in danger. Why? It didn't matter. She was the best. Well, think on my proposition. Join us and I promise safety, resources as well as a suitable replacement for that Yvette girl Lord Melouisty offered as a concubine. What in the foo? I only nodded. With that matter resolved, let us discuss more pleasant things. Like this letter from the Catholic Church. She pulled a sealed envelope from her sleeve and laid it on the table between us before returning to her tea. I do wonder why an executor would request your company. Probably cause of the demon I fought with Yvette. You dash. What? She almost spit the contents of her mouth back into the cup. Yeah, the demon. Thing was modeled after Gabriel of all things. All I could do was shove it back for a bit so we could run. That is, most impressive. So you learnt baptism rites as well? Why, I believe I must insist on my proposition now, and urge caution as well. No doubt, the Department of Policy knows this too. We were in her limousine, headed to some nearby church when I spoke to Luviagelita again. She was idly staring out a half-open window, looking distant and wishful like some princess with fantasies that didn't match her station in life. Luviagelita. She eyed me curiously. Marry me. That threw her for a loop. She froze like a picture in a frame, then her skin flushed a deep red. Her pale skin only made it all the more clear. What the hell are you saying? I cackled. She coughed into her hand like an old woman with asthma before snarling and huffing. The red from her face thinned, but it was still there and we both knew it. You lied to Inori for me. You can't tell me there's nothing there. There isn't. She blurted, fiddling with a lock of blonde hair. I merely owed you one is all. From before, yes. From before, with Gerdoa. It's nothing else. Believe me. Nothing on earth could stop the shit-eating grin that formed on my face then. You just didn't want to get me in trouble. Admit it. She pursed her lips bashfully, turning up her head and looking everywhere but at me. Well. I do happen to be just slightly fond of your nature. Just slightly though. Don't take it any other way. Okay. I owe her nothing. We simply happen to share beliefs. Why would I put you in jeopardy? God, this woman was so hot. I sunk back into my seat, satisfied. No one could blame her. I was just that charmy dash. The car came to a sudden halt and I found myself on the floor, on her heeled feet. That suits you. Humph. She turned away, fighting back a smile. Truthfully, I was tempted to lick Dash. Just to see her reaction. Nothing else. Okay, maybe I did do it. Just a little bit though. Eat Dash. She squealed for some other reason that was not my earlier impulsive thoughts. No, I definitely did not do what I was thinking. Luviajlita would say otherwise, but a magi's words weren't trustworthy at all. They were all filthy liars. You Dash. Oh wow, she looked like a tomato. Chapter 20. The church was wholly normal. Nothing like I'd been expecting from how foreboding Inori was when she handed me the letter. It became clear the moment I passed the double doors that it had been emptied out for the meeting. Past rows of pews, a man in a priest's cassock was conversing with a youth in a white suit wearing a faceless expression. The priest was old, clean-shaven. He had a thin pencil mustache peppered with gray strands, and wore a dark flat cap and a monocle on his left eye. The youth didn't seem very church-like. No, if anything, he reminded me of a magus. His white suit was of expensive make, there was a navy tissue in his breast pocket the color of his eyes. His blonde hair seemed to softly shimmer under the distorted light coming through the stained glass depicting the Virgin Mary above them. They were so enthused with another they didn't even notice me enter. So, naturally, I made the declaration myself. Hark! I am no little boy nor is my name Timmy. Yet, I have been summoned all the same. I brought an adult, so don't get any ideas. The older priest snorted uncharacteristically. No priest would want you in their basement. Rest assured, child. I was left at a loss for words. My impression was instantly changed into a favorable one as he fixed his monocle and trained his eyes on me. His companion only gave me an unamused look. I will not leave you wondering. The older man continued. I am Father Mark. He laid a hand on the shoulder of his young partner. You should be familiar with him. I shook my head and introduced myself while eyeing Blondie. Nope. But, Henry. Good evening. The guy really looked like a magus and not at all like someone from the church, but looks could be deceiving and besides, I'd no basis for the assumption either. This was my first interaction with the Catholic Church. Ah well, it's of no consequence. Father Mark waved his hand in dismissal. We called you to accompany us back to the lair of that demon you encountered. It would be most favorable to have someone with an understanding of it to help us cleanse it. So. I barely got out the first time and they wanted me to jump right back into it. Hell nah. In the first place, that whole shtick was their fault. Someone on their side was the one to leak the nature of a demon's birth to the one responsible for the ritual. You have a traitor among you. He was dealt with, the answer came easy. We dealt with his disciples as well, just to be certain there was no chance of it happening again. He tilted his head, a curious glint in his pale eyes, but, this means you are indeed intimately aware of the nature of the ritual. This was the problem with dealing with these types, they gleaned a little too much from almost nothing. Well, it seemed interesting enough, but, there was no way in hell I was heading back in there as I was now. Not without some way to combat that thing myself. With a sigh, I ran a hand through my hair. Nah. I'm good. If you're worried about safety, don't be. We have no intention of putting you at risk. I intend to be more than prepared after all. This young man is Sir Heine Astari. He was one of our brightest, but now he aligns himself with your kind. My, what? Don't be so chummy with me. Heine pushed the priest's hand away with a slighted glare. See? Sir Knight likes you over me. So, the guy left the church to become a magus. No, he was a magus to begin with. From quite a renowned lineage too. He joined us out of distaste for his kind. When he left us too, we were less than enthused. Mark adjusted his flat cap and continued with an empty laugh. Unfortunately, he killed over half a dozen executors when we tried to express our disapproval, so there was no choice but to act like his departure was mutually agreed upon. This is simply an old favor. Don't air out people's lives so casually. Heine shot him another glare, fists clenched. It felt like he wanted to punch the priest. Well, I would too if those words were truth. I considered my options quietly. If I went along, there was a decent chance I'd get murdered. But there was a decent chance that the same could happen in a random alley. It did happen. This was fucking London, stab central of the world. On the other hand, if that didn't happen, I could steal some so-called baptism rites and glean the magecraft of an individual that could force the Holy Church to back off through sheer violence. Yeah, the choice was obvious. My inhibitions about going to abandoned places with an old priest aside, when do you want me? In a week's time, I must gather my things and prepare for the rituals. I look forward to jolly cooperation. Giving him a small nod, I turned on my heel and left. Once outside, I was about to make my way down the stairs to join Luviegelida in her car, but was stopped by Heine grabbing my arm. As before, his pretty boy face was completely expressionless. He offered only a few words before disappearing down the sidewalk. Don't trust anything that comes out of that man's mouth. I didn't even get the time to tell him those words were unnecessary. Who in their right mind would trust a guy like that in a world like this? It was the evening on the next day, after the lecture exploring the applications of structural analysis and projection Magecraft, that I approached my professor in his study. It was a quaint room not befitting a man who was supposed to be a member of the 12 Lords. He was idly sprawled on a couch, a book over his eyes and a lit cigar in his mouth, while his apprentice, Gray, wandered about the room, occasionally looking between me and her master before trying to put on a scary face, which just ended with her looking like a chipmunk. Pretty cute. I was even jealous. Anyway, back to the reason I was here. It was only right to run a certain idea of mine through Waver, considering his genuine nature and the admirable nature of his knowledge about this particular world and its workings, both mystical and political. I want to patent other people's work. The professor let out a loud groan and tossed the book on his face across the room. It hit the wall behind his table before finally tumbling to the floor. Gray moved to pick it up immediately. I saw this coming. The tip of his cigar burned brighter as he inhaled deeply, turning his face aside to exhale. That is not a good idea at all. Quietly, I waited for his lesson. In the first place, any particular magecraft is reserved only for those within a certain family, past a few spells. The family will have focused on this research for as long as they have been around. This helps to maintain the mystery that powers it, and limits the access to the limited pool of resources from which to draw. I covered this before. He did. A thaumaturgical foundation was like a pool of water, so there was a limited amount of water to draw. The more people that could, the less that was available for each individual person. It made sense then to hoard this all for oneself, especially for magi who let their greed and their lust for knowledge rule above all else. So, the complete research of one magus is largely useless to another. If we go about it logically. What correlation does illusory magecraft have with, say, jewel magecraft? None. Then, there is the centuries, perhaps, millennia of research into a certain path. The notion that this can be parsed, understood, and replicated by someone at but a glance is simply too absurd for any magi to even entertain. Indeed, it was. But, they should know better than anyone that in that type of world, there would be nothing such as too absurd. Because to assign that nature to something was to say that it was not achievable. It was to surrender. The whole point of magi was to struggle. It was counterproductive. That's not right. It isn't. But it is true. Waver exhaled thick plumes of white smoke. But, when they realize it is indeed possible for this to happen. You will be put down in the best of scenarios. Then, they'll bid on your body, and on your blood. My mother and sister. You don't need me to tell you what comes next then. It would be impossible for even the kindest magus to pass up the chance. Yeah, this was why I ran my idea through him to begin with. I'd had my suspicions about this, but he'd confirmed it. Maybe I could invest some of my time into alchemy and make gold or some such to fix the issue with wealth. That was a safer and stabler option. But it raised another question. Why not you? The air stood still, and the room became silent. Then, abruptly, Waver threw up a hand before lying back on the sofa, turning to the side to bury his face in the cushioning. My professor raised a hand and waved it in dismissal. Too troublesome. I couldn't help but laugh at that reasoning. Even Gray smiled. It was a pretty smile. Fair enough, teach. I trusted his words. I trusted him. And I would repay his kindness. I was not the kind of man to deny someone who'd done me good. That was when I realized my heart wouldn't allow me to join any faction other than Luvia Gelida's when it came to it. I owed Inurai this. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. It is cruel of you to show my master such miracles. Those were the unfair words Gray left to me before shuffling down the stairs in that awkward way of hers, hood pulled close and head hung low as if the world around her was terrifying for some reason. I was, honestly, lost for words. I didn't get it. What miracles? What cruelty? Her master was Waver, I knew that. What had I done that warranted such a cryptic scolding? My trance was only broken when a blonde doll-like teen whisked past, but not before eyeing me with a grin that said, I know your secret. She was followed by a bubbling maid made of mercury who paid me no heed as they slipped into the El Meloy classroom. I shook my head, and looked to follow Gray, but by then she was gone too. I realized then I didn't know where she lived. It wasn't like she was keen on sharing anything. She just sat in a corner of the class, quiet, until the lectures were over before just leaving. What did Gray say that's got you so stumped? My concentration broke again, this time from Flat's over-the-top voice and the slap he planted on my back. Idiot, my dear Gray would never say something bad to anyone. Svin cut in, arms crossed. I narrowed my eyes, specifically at his fluffy blonde hair. Shut up, candy floss. This isn't Reddit, filthy simp. The mutt that he was, the cunt to everyone but Gray. Simp snarled at my words like he was about to unleash the beast inside and began folding his sleeves with murder in his eyes. I met his provocation with a grin. I had a good few spells to test out. Namely, the applications of Gabriel's reversed miracle, projection, and structural analysis, even the constant spell he was getting ready to release now. But, before the willing guinea pig could lunge at me, Flat came between us. He separated us forcefully by brooding his way in. No. Luchien, Sky Eyes, no fighting your friends. I recoiled. What the fuck is a Sky Eyes? Stop calling people dogs. Svin lunged for him instead, but Flat just leapt onto the well-polished railings of the stairway, laughing. He expertly stood up on one hand, and even jumped when Svin swiped at him with the strength in that one hand. Sky Eyes isn't good. He hummed with a hand on his chin. How about Mr. Reverse? No, nicknames sucked. Specifically, Flat's nicknames sucked. Luchien, his name for Svin, quite literally translated to the dog in French. I dreaded to think of what he could come up with for me if given free rein. Hal. It's Hal. That was what my little sister came up with, and it was infinitely superior to everything else for that very fact. Oh, can I call you that? Flat leapt onto the nearby chandelier to avoid Svin's swipes, and the massive thing heaved and croaked in the air under his weight as he balanced himself along the thick wires propping it up. You've been calling me that, without my permis dash. But we're friends, so it makes sense. Gay. With how insistent he was with that, it was probably some shonen MC abandonment issues from birth type deal or whatever. I wasn't keen on opening that particular can of worms lest I solidify my position as the side character that loses his family for his development. Did your dad try to kill you or something? I couldn't help it. Yeah, he did. How'd you know? Well, my mother did too. They really sent a lot of people to get rid of me before the professor found me. I deadpanned, "Ah geez. I wonder why." He just gave an embarrassed laugh and scratched the back of his head. "It's because I was an embarrassment or something. Or was it them being jealous? You're an embarrassment to the whole of the human race. So, that can't be it," I noted, considering the new information. I'd heard that magi possessed a rather nasty habit of getting jealous enough of their own children to hire assassins and the likes when outdone. Weirdos. Flat laughed again before leaping off the chandelier. He spun twice midair and landed on his feet to give a curt bow, one hand held to the side. By then, Sven calmed down enough to not jump him the second he could. Instead, Candyfloss Hair just groaned as he made his way down to join him. Hail! Before I could a high-pitched squeal drew my attention. I didn't need to look to know it was Yvette, so I just ducked. Unfortunately, it turned out that she'd jumped at me. She went flying off the stairs. This ended in her having an intense make-out session with the tiled floor of the Department of Modern Magecraft's entrance. To absolutely no one's surprise, she got up like it didn't even happen. Ow 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 ow. You meanie. Just because I'm a concubine doesn't mean you get to be a domestic abuser. She sat up and began rubbing her bruised nose with one hand, pointing at me with the other. Wait, I kind of like it. Hey darling. Slap me once. Come on. I put my hands together and took a deep breath, thanking God from the bottom of my heart for the fact that this crazy nutjob hadn't met my mother. I dreaded to think of what she would do, and how I would suffer for it. By then, the other no-name students were beginning to notice, exchanging glances and hushed remarks. Some were laughing, not at me, at her. That wasn't right at all. Only I got to shit on these people that called me friend, or otherwise. A wordless glare with active magic circuits proved sufficient for staving off that particular distasteful bit of attention. As I made my way down the steps, they began going wherever they meant to instead of lounging around. AKA, they began minding their own fucking business. Yvette squealed again and leapt onto me. She was short enough that with her knees folded, she literally just hung off my neck like some kind of koala. She was, unexpectedly light. Kaya. How intense. I love it. Even Sven begrudgingly gave his approval in the form of a tsundere-like nod. I belched. Ugh. Don't do that again. I'm on my knees. Fuck you. He stomped off. Let's get some pizza. Yay. Flat unceremoniously dragged him back by his nape. Munching on cheap pizza with too much cheese and bread so thin you'd probably have a heart attack if you ate too, I lied on my back, staring up at a cloud that was distinctly shaped like someone giving me a middle finger. Life is good, I said to myself. It was dangerous. There was a distinct chance I'd wake up in some fucked up lab or in a containment unit, or get kidnapped by a vampire or have some alien deity pop in or something. But, I liked it. Hell, I loved it. It was exciting. The constant rush. The knowledge. All the things which were supposed to be impossible. Henry did serve as a cautionary rein, and gave me forethought, but even he I was some poor kid that had never had the chance to have crazy fun in life. And William, possibly an adrenaline junkie cast out by a mellow society that couldn't stomach someone so exceptional but with such an odd way of being. This world gave me all I'd ever wanted. How could I possibly be afraid or hold myself back? Even if I died again, I'd die satisfied knowing I was never held down. That was my earnest belief. Life was short, it was best to live it to the fullest than pathetically cling to it. Few could know this as intimately as I did. See, I knew you understood me. Flat hollered, leaning far enough on the railings along the River Thames that he was definitely going to fall in a few seconds. Yvette had excused herself, spouting something about beauty sleep, Sven too. So, I was left with the clingy guy that had practically no life outside bothering others to play with him. Truth be told, he was growing on me. For one, I didn't have the heart anymore to mock him. He was just too earnest. Like me and Sven, you're an irregular too. Flat hummed. But, people like you a lot less. Do you know how many proposals Sven's gotten? He's just stuck on Gray. The one girl that avoids him. Ha ha ha. I can't blame him. She is pretty. I shrugged, sitting up to stare at the sunset past Flat. Maybe he'd have better chances as a sheep. She does happen to be Welsh. Flat paused a moment. I could see him slowly connecting the dots. That's mean. I shrugged again, reaching for another slice of my cheap pizza. As for people not liking me, it's what happened before. My parents didn't like me, and my peers didn't either. I spoke as William. It's 'cause I'm him. When someone's too good, people start seeing them as an outsider. Admiration turns to jealousy, and when that inevitably fails, fear rears its head. At some point, you find yourself just not caring either and distract yourself with whatever seems interesting. I guess, I can understand. Flat nodded his head. That's not too different from. Indeed, Flat and I weren't too different. We were just different in how we faced the world. I simply understood that I owed it nothing. And that it could do nothing to me if I didn't let it. If, truly, it was my problem, then I was going to repay that, twice over, but because it was just exciting being annoying, not for some kind of revenge. Whoa. Whoa. How? Help dash. My thoughts were interrupted when, as expected, Flat lost his balance, slipping into the murky waters of the River Thames with a loud splash. I sighed and rose to my feet, then went to fish him out. As I pulled the overly excited blonde from the water, he just tripped me inside. You foo dash. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 22. Of all the places I expected to be dragged off to by Luviage, like an R-rated dungeon or the very depths of hell itself, Karnak was most certainly not one of them. Those were my earnest thoughts as I curiously stared up at the large sea etched inside a golden sunburst above me. It was supposed to be this incredibly lavish mall or some such, stacked with high-end stores that offered everything from clothes to jewelry to cosmetics or whatever else was supposed to be expensive. Pursing my lips, I fished out my leather wallet and cautiously pried it open, not expecting much. A fly flew out. How the hell is that even possible? Now, I wasn't dead broke, far from it. I had a good bit from the last job, but I left all of that for my mother and sister. Wait, no, that wasn't right. I'd most definitely kept a few bills for myself. They should still have been there. It wasn't like I was a big spender or something either. A relieved sigh escaped my lips when my hands eventually felt something in my back pockets. 5 bills of 50 each, not much, but this was still 2003. It should be worth something, right? Comparing myself to Luviage would be the height of stupidity. Hers was the kind of wealth that redefined the words old money, and it was all hers and hers alone to do with as she pleased. In that aspect, I even felt a bit inadequate. Before I could mull over that thought, a black sedan pulled over right next to me. I didn't need to wait for the door to open to know who it was, so I just resolved myself and opened one myself. My, it seems you do have some manners after all. Quite a pleasing development, indeed. Well. I offered her my hand with a grin. Some people do have fragile egos, so you have to be a bit nicer to them. I'd been trailing the dormitory manager, Krishna, in my free time, learning his most sacred ways to shit on others using politer words. I hoped to be on the same level as him one day. I would be. Very funny, she deadpanned, stepping out. Her golden hair shimmered softly in the faint sunlight and dropped in those vain ringlets to cover her exposed back. The rich fabric of her navy, how surprising, dress clung desperately to her body but failed at hiding the less than moderate curves of her body. It was slit just below her thighs, exposing pale skin under fishnet stockings. Honestly, it was whack that this was supposed to be a year my younger. In contrast, I was just wearing a baggy tee over a pair of blue jeans. Enthralled. She smirked. Unfortunately, she still underestimated the true depths of my shamelessness. Yeah. I put on my most serious face and borrowed Yuji's words. I'm not lying or trying to deny it. She immediately folded and turned her head aside, stepping past me as she tossed her hair over her shoulder. Well, it is to be expected. It is me, after all. We entered the mall after she took a good moment to collect herself, and I was immediately humbled by the reality of the situation. What the fuck kind of mall even was this? Sculptures on marble daïses, fine murals all along the walls lined by well-kept shrubbery. There were even precious gemstones etched into Egyptian-style decorations like sphinxes and whatnot that would most certainly be stolen if not were the tall, stocky security standing on every corner, with CCTV cameras and all that jazz. There was not one, not two, but 3 golden chandeliers hanging over just the entrance. The people were, well, they were dressed so well I felt like a true brokey for a moment before I remembered I didn't really care. Luviajlita seemed pleased with herself seeing my reaction. How do you like it? Way too over the top. What kind of money went into building this? Damn, is that actual gold? She just nodded to herself and took my arm. Well, let's explore, shall we? In a way, it was rather cliché, and in a way, wholly unexpected that my companion was so unbelievably rich yet enjoyed inexpensive things so much. We'd found an arcade, in typical fashion. I'd won a bear she was eyeing. She'd all but wrenched the damn thing from my hands once I made the offer and was now cradling it like it was the most expensive thing ever. What was even stranger was that she agreed to eat at a fast food place instead of some rich restaurant where you'd need to sell one kidney to get into and then the other to eat the most inexpensive item on the menu. It was the single most hottest thing ever that she was eating a burger with Coke and genuinely enjoying it, while occasionally checking on her bear to make sure she didn't spill anything on it. Damn. It made me consider certain things that were just never possible. Luviajlita was of ancient lineage, from a great house, and Magi considered partnerships as transactions over anything else, to produce better heirs or to secure assets. I had nothing to really offer except my eyes, and while they were exceptional, I knew well enough that she wasn't the type to bank on something like that. She'd looked after me since day one, lied to her allies for my safety, and even went along with my whims with not a word of real complaint. Ah, damn it. For a moment, I earnestly considered shooting through the ranks of Magi nobility just to be on equal standing. When she slightly tilted her head with a tiny splotch of ketchup on her cheek, then smiled. I decided to do just that. I'll be your equal one day, or better. Where did that come from? She said curiously. Or rather, why does that need to be the case to begin with? Why did you lie to Inori? I told you already. Then that's my reason too. I grinned. Also 'cause I'm him. She lowered her head and averted her gaze, her ears reddening. I still don't quite understand what that means. It was evening when we finally left Karnak. All in all, it wasn't nearly as exciting as fighting a demon, but I'd cherish the memory all the same, for very different reasons. I was about to say something to break the silence when she interrupted me. Did you like the place? Bit too flashy for my taste, but yeah. That will have to do then. She nodded to herself before reaching inside her sleeve and retrieving a sealed envelope. What was with Magi and pulling things out of their sleeves? How had she even managed to keep it in there all this time? Curiously, I took it from her. What's this? Karnak was owned by Lord Gerdoa Davenant. She said, clutching her bear. After we turned him in, I planned on acquiring it for myself. It certainly does deserve an owner such as I, does it not? I couldn't help but snort. Careful there, any higher and your head might hit the ceiling. But, it was only fair that I share, seeing as you did help in the acquisition and with getting rid of the previous owner. He did that himself. I chuckled again, Ash Ketchum with hair loss and unpaid bills looking dash. He used it to fund his research and the place is worth upwards of £500 million. I turned her way with wide eyes. I could acquire it for much less. Thanks to Gerdoa's indulgences and you, of course, for exposing him. That's good. Still don't get how it concerns me. You simpleton. She sighed with a hand on her forehead. What I'm saying is, I managed to convince the Department of Policy that you deserved a reward for exposing Gerdoa. The rest, I bought out at a greatly decreased price. Luviajlita pointed a finger at the envelope in my hands. That there is a deed for 16% of Karnak. The rest is owned by me. Congratulations. What? Suddenly, she snorted. So you just paid at stores you owned. PFT-. Luviajlita started laughing, hands holding her sides. I was still too stumped with the sudden information to even react. Unprompted, she'd made me rich, just out of fairness, and a bit of favoritism. Damn. Ha 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 ha. Is that the call of a banshee I hear? Shut up. It was funny. She keeled over, You were hesitating over prices. Ahaha dash. I deadpanned, reaching for her teddy. Give me the bear back. I disrespectfully refuse. She floated back, giggling and laughing. Damn you for playing with a young man's heart like that. I cursed her. People will hear you. Was I just a toy to yo dash? She threw one of her bags at me. Chapter 23. Chapter 23. I met up with the ex-church lackey and the weird priest in the early morning, when the sun was barely up and casting long shadows that seemed to coil and twist just out of sight. Looking at the manse where I'd first faced something so utterly out of my league didn't really bring up any fear within me though, even knowing how close I came to losing my life. No, it was just exciting. I was struggling to hide my enthusiasm. Pissing off someone way above you was the greatest feeling ever. Much of the structure had collapsed in on itself after Yvette set it on fire, the veranda was in tatters, the soil was marked with deep scars and much of the dead vegetation was simply gone. A deathly stillness hung about the dilapidated place. Something told me things weren't going to be quite the same as last time. I turned to Heine, who was gripping his necktie pin embedded with different precious stones, and shared the profound thought that entered my head the second I laid eyes on him. You. I narrowed my eyes. You're a Siskin, aren't you? For a moment, his composed countenance faltered before he instantly recollected himself. Then, he gave me a small nod of affirmation. I know, 'cause I'm also one. I gave him a thumbs up. He just ignored me and faced the rusted gate. I shrugged. He could be like that if he wanted. But I knew what I saw there. My instincts told me he was kindred, and I trusted them. The priest accompanying us chuckled into the back of his hand. You got busted so quickly, Sir Knight. Perhaps this one's intelligence is due more credit than I thought. Intriguing. This guy thought he was slick, didn't he? Still, I decided to be the bigger man and not respond to the insult. Most certainly not because I couldn't come up with a proper comeback for the way he called me an idiot. Instead, I focused on the matter at hand. I wanted to ask something. The priest, Mark, craned his neck curiously, hands behind his back. It didn't follow us when I pushed it back the first time. It didn't throw everything it had either. Why? To even attempt to understand the mind of a heretical creature not of this world is a fool's errand. He smiled, speaking in a perverse tone. Well, this is a newborn, isn't it? How much logic or understanding do you expect from a toddler? You know, it becomes a lot less cooler if you say we're fighting a baby. Oh. Then you won't like it when I tell you this is like a late abortion. An abortion after the fact, even. Isn't that just murder? I sighed. No, it is cleansing because I happen to be a representative of the church. Whoa. That was wild. He seemed to realize it too, judging by the fact that he started chuckling again. Our little discussion was interrupted when Heine stoically threw cold water over Mark's odd humor. You cannot assign nature to something that isn't natural to begin with. Unlike you two, I don't have the time to sit around either. So, let us begin before I grow tired. What, you want to get to your sister that bad? Hit the nail right on the head there, young Henry. Say, won't you become my apprentice? Surely eternal bliss beats out anything the Magi have to offer. I opened my mouth to answer, but Heine, the boar he was, wrenched the doors of the manse apart and stepped inside. With a sigh, I pocketed my aviators and followed him in, immediately faced with an alien world. One I could understand far better this time around, for I'd already deciphered it fully last time. I also noticed something else. Heine's white suit was a mystic code too, with a latent spell under it. Even his skin had a latent spell to it, same with that necktie pin he kept fiddling with. Something to do with stone. The Lord is my refuge. No harm shall overtake me, no disaster will come near my tent. Mark stepped in while professing those words. It was some prayer, from the Bible I assumed. But, with each word he uttered, magical energy shifted, his circuits hummed and pulsed. That wasn't a prayer. It's a fucking spell chant. He was connecting to that something that enacted all spells, a thaumaturgical foundation, one far grander than any I'd seen to this day. For he commands his angels to guard me in all my ways. They will lift me so that I strike not stone. A defensive spell. I will tread on the lion and the cobra. I will trample the great lion and the serpent. He finished his chant, and the spell came into effect. Not on just him, on all three of us. A defensive spell, and a strengthening one as well, combined into one. It did something else too. Bar the influence of that which was decreed evil. So these were the baptism rites of the Holy Church, stabilized and given strength by the belief of the masses, activated through mana. It was an incredible occurrence. One I documented long before he even finished, and I didn't need that chant either. I could connect to the system and make that command objectively. I didn't need to convince myself of what I could literally see through a spell. I didn't get to ponder upon those thoughts. The instant he finished, I was wrenched by my nape and thrown against the wall. A hand clenched around my throat. I choked. But I grinned too. Looks like somebody's angry. It was that thing that bore the name of Gabriel. Blasphemer. Mark called out. I denounce you and call you evil. Know this well, you who would bend the word of our Lord, it is beyond you. So I declare. So it is. The third part of his spell came into effect. I punched it with a reinforced fist, to no avail. When I opened my palm, a burst of flame exploded onto its face. This time, the stone of its flesh was nicked. My eyes widened in realization. There was something around it that was stopping everything. That something wasn't affecting what was already in contact with it. That something was a world that came from it, but was not a part of its own form. Haina Astari uttered a single word. Convert. The soil under us hardened and ruptured in spikes that meant to bury the demon. It didn't work. The spikes shattered into nothing long before they ever made contact. Its wings shimmered. The spikes turned back on Haina. He didn't even seem surprised. Convert. This time, it was his own body that converted. Liquid stone spilled out from under his skin and enveloped his body. It formed gauntlets on his hands, plate on his chest, pauldrons on his shoulders, and greaves on his legs. Finally, a helm of stone clicked around his head, or rather, his very skin morphed into it, with only a thin line that revealed shimmering blue eyes underneath. He looked like a knight straight out of a high fantasy novel. It was alchemy, I instantly deciphered. He was finally manipulating stone embedded in his own body as part of his Magecraft and converting his own flesh into it as well. Liquefying and hardening it at his leisure. Truly, alchemy in its purest form. The transmutation of matter from one form to the other. His was just solely focused on that living stone. Getting choked out by a demon was worth it already solely for the Astari family's Magecraft. Wait, if it involved manipulating stone, and this demon's flesh mimicked that then. A coiled spear formed in Haina's hands as he rushed at the angel with greater speed than his bulky form should have allowed. He jammed it in its throat and dragged it back with him. I took that moment to free myself with a curious application of Haina's Magecraft. The fingers around my throat melted away and I fell to the dead soil. You too, help Sir Knight. I will cleanse this blasphemous fiend. Mark appeared behind me, a hand on my shoulder. Disregard your worries. This one has no power over us. Hold it while I rid us of it permanently. The demon seemed to latch onto those words. It dissolved into nothing in the second Haina took to heed Mark's words. The world shifted near us. It stepped out, wings shimmering, one eye white and one eye obsidian. A black sludge spilled from pores in its wings. The bastard was holding a mean fucking grudge from last time with how hard it was on my ass. The earth between us wilted away as Mark was flung aside like a useless side character with a stony spear pierced through his shoulder, but Haina was on it before it could reach me. This time, I was more alert. More ready. I waved my hand and dozens of flaming bullets shot out. I raised my other hand just as they neared it and brought it down. Lightning rippled down from the sky. It struck hard and true, as my flames embraced Haina's coiled spear. If this is an artificial fucking newborn, what the hell can real ones do? It was a dreadful thought. It was an exciting thought. Again, one I didn't get to ponder when a stone hand slapped me across the face. It didn't hurt. It was just extremely fucking disrespectful. Then my skin started oozing that same disgusting goo and I almost screeched like a little bitch as I backed away. My cheek was rotting. Necrosis. I buried the pain under my excitement. Hark, heathen. You carry the name and form. Thus you submit to his laws. The priest addressed the name of the demon. Its angelic visage. The priest threw a key-shaped sword onto its forehead, then 2 at his wrists and 1 more at its feet. Be admonished, ye who think yourself judge. Serve thine Lord with fear. Rejoice with trembling as you are righteously cast down. The demon faltered. It truly trembled. The stone of its form cracked and gave away, slowly falling to the ground. No, you are not just. No, you are not to be. Begone from this plane. I command thee in the name of the Lord of all creatures, the Lord of thine name. You who are twisted. Submit to him, he gives you rest. His is your solace. He was, turning its own birth and nature against it. A cleansing right to banish creatures of evil, tampered to suit this particular case. I doubted I would have much use for such a spell, but deciphering and storing it wasn't something I had a choice about. It was near instinctual. Its wings shimmered again, the cracking arms moved to Heine's armored throat as bright light erupted from within them. Begone, and in death, have eternal life. Kyrie eleison. It exploded in a blinding light and crumbled apart. The alien world went with it. A light that was pulled to the cloudy skies above us. I had to pinch myself to see if it was even real. This had been nothing like my first encounter with this thing. In fact, it was too easy. I eyed the old priest bleeding from his shoulder. What kind of maniacs were these people that such a thing was routine for them? I was envious. Still, scripture as spells, huh? Heine stepped up to me as his armor disappeared back into his flesh, calm and collected, not the least bit bothered. He dusted off his shoulder before putting a hand to my rotting chin. He was used to this, it didn't take a genius to tell that even if I was one. But I will restore you to health and heal your wounds, declares the Lord. A soft warmth caressed my rotting flesh. When it faded, the pain faded with it and I was left better than ever. Unfortunately for Heine, he didn't realize that his good intentions had just given me a healing spell, and in doing so, casually granted me new heights to which I could elevate my eyes. Sir Knight is honorable as ever. Mark observed as he joined us, fixing his monocle like his shoulder wasn't even wounded. Harmlessly, smiling, he neared me. Harmlessly, smiling, he pulled a key-shaped blade from his cassock and buried it in my neck. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. Oh wow, a guy from an organization that hates magi betrayed me. This has to be the plot twist of the century. I spoke with a deadpan. My heart seriously can't handle this level of shock. Mark seemed oddly surprised when his sword barely went half an inch deep before it struck something hard. I honestly wondered why. It'd take a great idiot to think I wouldn't have countermeasures against a shady man from an even shadier group. Admittedly, this was not my original plan, just a highly controlled application of Heine's alchemy that turned everything in the blade's trajectory into stone. But still. Tisk. It was not, however, within my expectations that Heine would move too. I expected him to help the priest. He didn't. The knighted magus struck Mark instead, fist wrapped in a gauntlet of stone, and sent the old man tumbling away. His coiled spear took shape in that hand long before the priest even stopped. Must you make me an accomplice to such an underhanded farce? Heine cast a dry glare at his companion, a hand over his heart and a lance held out to the side. I told you I did not approve of this. Are you all right, Henry? You're a magus, right? I couldn't help but ask. No magi alive would choose to butt heads with a priest over someone that was barely even an acquaintance. It was counterproductive, and certainly not worth the scrutiny of the Holy Church. He offered a bare-bones smile, still focused on Mark. They've tried to take me down already. And they have failed. If they try once more, they will fail again. You really knocked the air out of me there. The priest heaved, taking long haggard breaths. I'll admit, I wasn't expecting you to intervene. I rubbed my neck and felt the blood on my fingers before rising to my feet. By then, the small wound was already healed. Really, I truly believed that Heine would come to regret his decision to heal me, if he wasn't doing so already by the hint of surprise that flashed through his eyes. I'm not mad, you know. I turned to Mark. With how much shit I give people, it'd be weird if I was quick to anger, even though you did stab me in the neck right there. Still, this situation isn't really looking all that good for you. I'd already processed Heine's living stone alchemy, even Mark's own rites, and broken them down to do with as I pleased. Then, there was the fact that Heine himself was more than willing to help me. Yeah, it really didn't look too optimistic for the good old priest. Am I about to look like a Japanese woman in one of those videos? I snorted. You're about to get juju jumped, lil bro. It was then that Mark betrayed my expectations. He just slumped down against the wall Heine had thrown him at and raised his hands. Welp, I surrender. I tried my hardest, but the heretic overpowered me and made his escape. Truly, there was nothing I could do. A man of the cloth wouldn't dare lie, and anyone who says otherwise is a dirty blasphemer. Ah. So, that was your intention from the very start? Heine murmured. He shook his head and the armor dissipated away. Mark grinned, and shrugged his raised hands. If I were more of an honorable man, it would be stupid of my superiors to tell me to murder someone whose aid we enlisted. That'd be the act of a coward. Maybe I'd miss my killing blow purposefully, and act like I lost when in truth, I surrendered. Maybe I knew Sir Knight would strike me. But, alas. I work for the church, I wouldn't dare betray my commands. Why, fie upon you for even considering it. Honestly, I respected that. Bold of you to assume you could have killed me if you tried. I smiled, dusting off my clothes. Magi do tend to think so highly of themselves. He made a gun with his fingers, and pointed it past my shoulder. Curious, I cast a glance behind me. There were half a dozen of those key-like swords buried in the ground, in the shape of a cross. The priest flicked his wrist and they shot past me, back into his grip. I bet you missed me tossing those out. Well, I did it while fighting the demon. He kept his perverse grin as he spoke. Why, you even dash. You mean I missed the swords you buried underground? I held up my thumb, and the one hanging there in the air as well as the spell formation under me. Oh yeah, I definitely missed all of it. Who did he think I was? So long as I didn't wear my mystic eye killers, there was nothing these eyes of mine could possibly miss even if I wanted to. William was suicidal in his search of excitement, not stupid. Attentiveness could never be bad for you. He went silent at that. Truly, you must join us. Think on it. He gave a respectful but overly theatrical bow before turning to leave. I felt his magic circuits turn off. I really had no intention of giving chase, but it would leave a bad taste in my mouth to get stabbed and give nothing for it. I was a petty bitch like that. In the same way, he made a gun with his hand, I did too. Cast off explosiveness and size for piercing power and speed. A tiny line of fire shot out, at a speed that far exceeded any projectile I'd ever used. To his credit, Mark did react, just not fast enough. It burned through his ear, turning the skin charred and black and disgusting. Now, we're even. As though he'd heard me, he didn't even turn around, just waved his hand and kept walking. Aside from the fact that I wasn't a damn murder hobo, killing him was going to be far more trouble than it was worth when the only upside was just satiating my ego. My decision was an easy one. When he was well and gone, I looked to Heine, who was still standing beside me. Thanks for the help. I left the church for my little sister. He started without looking my way, still staring off into the sky, hands behind his back. When I abandoned my family, they implanted the crest onto her. I wanted to say. Who asked, but evidently, this wasn't the time. The reaction was adverse. It began draining her of her life force. So, I betrayed my comrades and returned. To save her. I stroked my chin, considering his words. To my knowledge, magic crests were a kind of extra organ made by all magi at some point in their life with their own circuits. The important bit here was the extra organ part. Since it was a part of one's body, it stood to reason that only members of the family could have it transplanted into them without issue, but, like with kidneys and whatnot, there were the rare issues where the implanted organ reacted adversely. That was apparently what happened here. I don't see where this is going. I confessed. You mentioned your adoration for your younger sister. Heine smiled faintly. If yours adores you half as much as mine does me, I could not find it within me to let her experience that kind of loss. So, you saved me cause you're a massive siskin and it'd feel bad if a fellow siskin died. Perhaps. I respect that. I held out a hand. He gave it a firm shake. Be wary, Henry. The church is sure to send someone else. Incantations of general use spells are pre-established, they are part of a process. So, they are generally the same. Waver lectured calmly, the words thaumaturgy written across the board behind him. However, as I taught last time, incantations are a form of self-hypnosis, for effective manipulation of one's magic circuits. This is why even though a spell's effects are the same, the chance will differ between magi. For personal Magecraft, the chance and effects are wholly different. The effectiveness is largely dictated by the meaning of the words themselves and how cleanly a magus can manipulate his circuits to achieve an effect using those words. For us practitioners of modern Magecraft, who splice bits from all thaumaturgies, personal chants are integral towards a proper spell. This whole lecture was completely useless to me because of my unique proclivity towards all things related to mana. I cleared my throat and raised my hand. What, Henry? Professor, chants are corny as hell. Why can't everyone just be like M-? The motherfucker hit me square in the forehead with a duster, splattering chalk dust all over my hair. Flat keeled over laughing and even Calls averted his gaze, trying to hide his mouth. I know where you live. I threatened. I'd walked straight from a fight with a literal demon to class just so I could be a perfect A student, and this was the respect I was given. It was totally unfair. Totally unfair. This is tyranny. Down with the tyrant. Not everyone is talented like you are. Waver shouted indignantly. Whoa, way to encourage your students. Professor. Professor. I don't need chance either. Flat shouted at the top of his lungs, flailing his hand in the air as he leaned forward on his desk. Quiet now. Both of you. Or I'll make you clean up the dining area. Tyrant dash. He threw a duster at me again. This time, I ducked. It hit Yvette behind me instead. She'd just been sighing and groaning while resting her head on the desk, bored out of her mind, but the hit seemed to flip her on the switch. He hit me. How? Defend your concubine's honor. Only you get to do it. Oh my God. Every single time one of you opens your mouth. Waver cried like a little bitch, burying his face in his hands. Why must talent always lie with fools? You know, maybe you don't have it 'cause you're boring. Out.